Tell them to go ahead and start it. Mayor Du Bois, we are live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of June 21st. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsa,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
5 present.
5. Okay. 7 present, right?
Yes, 7 present. I'm sorry.
Okay. We're going to start off with some special orders of the day. The first of those is our monthly nonprofit presentation. This month is the Palo Alto Art Foundation. So I think we have Karen Kwan and Tom Brink. If you guys would like to go ahead.
Great. Hello, I'm Tom Brink. I'm the outgoing president of the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. And so I'm delighted to be able to present to you. I want to say on behalf of the board of directors at the foundation, I really want to thank the council, especially the finance committee, for all the efforts in the budget process. I know that was extremely hard. And thank you for listening to the community and all of our requests for the needs we have for critical community services through the pandemic and our recovery. The arts, I want to say, have been hit especially hard during the pandemic. The Art Center was among the first to close and the last to reopen, but is really resilient throughout the pandemic. We're serving the community safely and creatively. I think the Art Center is really pivotal in supporting the community's mental health, especially for youth and seniors who've been isolated. And today I want to share with you just a few main themes of the Art Center. The first section is really about a brief history and mission of the Art Center, talking about how we fit in with the community. In a second section, I'll talk about our COVID response. And then in the third section, I want to highlight some really great exhibitions and programs that have responded to the community's main themes that have been going on in these times. And I think we've got a great set of programs that you'll see why in a moment. And my person managing the slides is taking me, okay, I got to keep track of where we are on these slides. All right, so we're, hold on a second. Right, so this is just the first section then about the Art Center and its history. We were founded by the community in 1971. And I think we'll just keep going on this. We've got a lot of slides. And then we were established as a 501c3 nonprofit in 1973. Our mission then and now is to expand the impact and reach of the Art Center through fundraising, the mission of the foundation to expand through fundraising and advocacy. The City Council adopted the public-private partnership agreement between the foundation and the city, which is one of the first with a friends group within the city of Palo Alto. So this has been a great working relationship to where the foundation can provide a multiplier effect on the city's investments in the Art Center. In 2011, the Art Center had a large capital campaign that raised 4.7 million. The foundation raised 4.7 million, and the total renovation then was 9.1 million with a public-private partnership between the foundation, the city, and community members. The building is LEED Silver certified. It has a lot of green features, and it's a really great facility. Let's go to the next slide. So here I'll give an introduction to the Art Center, and let's Go to the mission. The Art Center is your place to see and make art, activate your creativity, and expand your community. And yeah, I'm going to really emphasize the community aspect of that throughout today. And our strategies are to heighten community engagement, increase financial stability, and strengthen leadership capacity. All right. In normal years, we engage 150,000 visitors every year. Obviously, this past year is a minor fraction of that. After last year's budget reduction, we have around 20 staff members. They're mostly part-time, and then we have additionally numerous instructional contractors and 800 active volunteers. Actually, the volunteer program, as much as has been possible, has continued well throughout the pandemic. Let's go to the next slide. These are a variety of our programs. We have free admission exhibitions. Let's see, that would be the bottom right here. So I'm not going in order. Featuring regional, national, and internationally known artists. We have Project Look, our inquiry-based school tour program. Cultural Kaleidoscope, our artists in residence, our artists in the school program. And then we have an adult studio program that is a community hub for classes, special workshops, and drop-in programs. The adult studio program serves about 2,000 people annually. And then next slide. We also offer free programs like Family Day, which gives enriching art experiences for the whole family throughout the year. We have multiples of these. We have fee-based art classes, workshops, and summer camps for a broad range of artistic media. So that would be the top right, doing some art, which serves from preschoolers up to teens. So it's quite a broad service. And then on the bottom right, you see our Art Center teen leadership volunteers. They organize programs for teens throughout the year. So I'm really happy about that, especially. And like I said, this sort of serving the community to keep the mental health of the community going strong. I think this way of engaging lots of different age groups is really a wonderful part of the Art Center's involvement in our community. These are some more programs. Adults and teens 12 plus can enjoy weekly or regular or even one-time volunteer opportunities. So those are volunteers on the bottom right there. We have about 800 volunteers, as I mentioned. We have a professional internship program. Actually, I may be confusing which one's an intern, but in any case, all of our interns are paid, which is, I think, a really important part of how we approach the internships. We're really doing this to give people an opportunity to build on their career goals. The Art Center hosts special events throughout the year. So at the top right, you see the Great Glass Pumpkin Patch, which many of you know about. We have Friday night at the Art Center and a Clay and Glass festival as well. So next slide. The COVID pandemic has had a huge impact, obviously, to both the Art Center and the foundation. The staff is doing a great job throughout, and they've been, keeping the programs going to the best of their abilities. So we've had a lot of shift to virtual programs and also modified on-site programs. So we have classes, for instance, with appropriate distancing that continue. So there's still challenges, and there's still challenges adjusting back, but we're working to transition back to not a lockdown state for this. So it's been going as well as it might. So it's been an impressive response by the staff. Let's go to the next slide. We continue to serve our constituents, and like I said, it's some of it's intern, but then a lot of it's virtually. So I'm going to go through several of these. So let's go to the next slide. And this is children's fine art. So we have summer camps. We ran 17 camps this last summer in 2020 with 147 participants. So quite exciting that could keep going. And then in the fall to spring this year, we've run 88 more classes with even more participants. So it keeps going strong. All right. This is Project Look. I won't read through all of it, but we provide tours for kids and we provide scholarships for that as well. Winter 2021, we've got Where the Heart Is, an additional set of tours. And it's just trips for kids to come visit and learn about art. So it's been great. Let's go to the next slide. Cultural Kaleidoscope. Let me check my notes here to make sure I'm back in the right place. Yep, okay. So, all right, can we go back one? Yeah. So Cultural Kaleidoscope has a variety of participating classrooms where we bring students from different schools and have them work together on art projects, and we provide art kits for them. You can see we've been able to do that virtually as well. So next slide. Art Center Teen Leadership, as I mentioned, the theme for the year has been safety. We've had 25 members from 9 different high schools. They've been doing workshops, a mural project with artist Pedro Lopez. And so, yeah, it's been pretty exciting. So next slide. The adult studio is, we keep it going. We've got curbside fire and glaze programs. So you can drop off your ceramics for firing. We've got a pottery reel rental. We've got outdoor classes and workshops, and also a drop-in program. So everything's been continuing to go. We are continuing our summer internship and fellowship program. We have a working together program that's a partnership with the Junior Museum and Zoo. We have 9 interns and fellows joining us this year, so everything's moving forward on those programs. Next slide. And then the fall 2021 events. So last year we did have a Great Glass Pumpkin Patch event virtually. This year we're trying to move it back to on-site, and the same with the Clay and Glass Festival. So we're moving back to a more normal situation. Next slide. And sorry, I'm just orienting on my slide here. Right, so this is a program where we've got these uplifting sort of messages. These are from a collaboration with the Susan O'Malley Estate. She's an artist who created these works, and they're community advice messages that are about hope and healing for the community. We distributed these posters to senior communities in Palo Alto and to the classrooms who participated in our virtual school tour program. Again, it's to support the social emotional learning and facing the challenging times. And so this is where, like I mentioned at the beginning, I really want to emphasize our programs have been doing a great job of engaging in the dialogue of society's real challenges today. The pandemic being one, but the next several slides are several of the other really big cultural conversations that the Art Center is doing a great job of being part of. And what's amazing to me is some of these were prepared years ago, for the last couple of years. And they really did seem to anticipate well what people would be confronting in some ways. And so some of these are more recent, like this one. So Holding It Together playfully examines the state of parenting during a pandemic, where work and life bleed together. And then let's go to the next one. This is Where the Heart Is, the contemporary art by immigrant artists. So it's bringing together art that examines the immigrant's experience. Let's go to the next one. The Butterfly Effect. This is about the children who were getting detained in immigration. And so this idea of migrants and emphasizing the strength of migration and creating these folded butterflies to support the importance of not having child detention. So let's go to the next one. The Black Index. So we're very proud to have not one, but two MacArthur Genius Award winners in the Black Index. The artists featured in the Black Index build upon the tradition of Black self-representation as an antidote to colonialist images. This is one that's been prepared for quite a while, and it's great to be bringing this here at this time. So there's been a lot of programs around that. And then an upcoming one is the Art of Disability Culture. It comes in the fall of 2021. It features works from artists with disabilities. So all of the artists have a disability of one form or another, and helps to address the myths and the barriers and prejudice and how we can move beyond those. All right, next. So can art provide a source of healing for our community? That's what we're really looking at in many of these. Artists in the Creative Attention exhibition responded affirmatively. They created alternatives to our current sense of anxiety, fragmentation, and alienation through practices of mending and healing. So last slide. Thank you. In closing, I want to thank everybody for your support of the Palo Alto Art Center and all of our colleagues in the Community Services Department. The hundreds of testimonials you've received in the past couple of months during the budgeting process speak to the tremendous value we're having in the community, where the Art Center helps build Palo Alto as a special place to live and work and play. We hope all of you will have a chance to visit the Art Center soon as we open back up and the Black Index exhibition opens. And that's it. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you for that update. And if you want to just let council know how to reach you, if I have questions, and we do this kind of brief 10-minute updates, then people can follow up outside the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can email me at simplytom@me.com or contact Karen Kwan as well to get any messages through to us. Karen Kwan at the Art Center.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
So we're going to move on to our next item, which is adoption of a resolution expressing appreciation for Beth Meyer upon her retirement. And I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. So whereas Beth Miner has served in the city clerk's office for the last 13 years, first as the assistant city clerk starting in 2007, and then as a city clerk since 2014. She's been a leader in helping the community fully participate in its government and a pillar of transparency. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Beth helped the city adapt to online meetings while maintaining public participation, all while running her own team remotely. And whereas Beth, to provide increased transparency and services to the community, Beth Miner implemented a council policy delivering agenda packets 11 days in advance of council meetings, a best-in-class practice among Bay Area cities. She also initiated a rotating staff schedule to ensure her staff would be available to the public and city council 5 days a week, rather than the 980 system that operates in some of the other city hall departments. And whereas Beth manages the logistics of all city council meetings, facilitating discussion between the council, city staff, and local policymakers. And during these meetings, she provides a unique service to both council members and the citizens of Palo Alto by providing council motions in a viewable format, a service not typically provided in other communities.
Check out what I just sent you.
And whereas as the city's election official, Beth successfully managed 4 citywide elections for council members and ballot initiatives. She provided neutral and fair assistance to all council candidates and was a trusted source of information for the public. And furthermore, she oversaw the biannual recruitment process of the city's multiple boards and commissions. And whereas Beth Miner managed the onboarding and training of new department employees and implemented policies and procedures to better serve the council and the entire community, many employees from her department have taken their skills learned in the clerk's office and grown into other roles within the city and the region. And whereas Beth Miner has managed and overseen various special projects within the city, such as the clerk's office remodel, the council chambers audiovisual upgrade, as well as the request for proposal, training, and implementation of vital clerk tools like Minute Track and NetFile. And whereas for the past 13 years, Beth has coordinated many community events, such as Board and Commission's volunteer appreciation events, city council retreats, the State of the City addresses at a wide variety of venues around Palo Alto, providing the public with greater opportunities for connection and involvement with their local government. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Council of the City of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation, as well as the appreciation of the community, to Beth Miner for professional, gracious, and excellent service rendered to the city. And Beth, I just want to add that it's really been great working with you. I think you became clerk shortly after I joined the council, and you've been a real pleasure to work with. You've always been positive and fair and just dedicated to doing a good job. And, you know, along with everything else you did, I really want to underline that implementing the move to staff reports 11 days before a meeting and staffing your office, those have really been huge in terms of transparency for the community. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and move approval of the resolution.
So moved.
Great, let's go ahead and vote on it and get that out of the way.
Second.
Go ahead and start in the middle tonight.
Mayor
Yes?
Du Bois, I believe we have some members of the public who would like to speak.
Yeah, I
As
was
well
going to do that after the vote, if that's okay.
Okay.
I just figure we vote and then we go to council and then we'll go to the public. So Councilmember Filson,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So would any council members like to make some comments? Yeah,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Beth, I was very heartbroken to hear the news that you were leaving. We didn't get a chance to work long together with me on council, but you've just always made a great impression on me ever since the first day I walked into your office, I think in 2016 when I ran for council the first time, and you were so kind and respectful to me, and you were so helpful throughout that entire process. And one thing that's really stuck with me is recognizing that your attitude towards me, your respect, your friendliness, everything about you never changed from day one when I was just walking in as a candidate that you never heard of before to being on council. And I really think that speaks a lot about you. You don't look at who a person is, you really just see them as a person and somebody who deserves to be treated well. And when I was asked by our recruiting team what I was looking for in our next city clerk, it was really an impossible task for anyone. And all I could really say was somebody like you, because you are just, you really are, I think, the epitome of what we look for in this position. You've always been so warm and welcoming, not only to us and fellow staff, but also to the public. And I think that's so important for people to be able to feel safe and comfortable coming into these very stuffy environments, and you always did a great job at just making it very warm and welcoming. So I really thank you. I'm going to miss you. The city's going to miss you, but I'm so excited for you and what the future holds. So thanks so much for your service to the city.
Thank you, Gert. It's been wonderful working with you.
Same here, Beth.
Councilmember Koo.
So Beth, I just want to wish you a great time retirement. Be good to yourself. And also I wanted to let you know also that, your department is one of the most friendliest and most inclusive, as well as welcoming. And your department is actually, the face of City Hall, to a lot of the community here. So I want to thank you for welcoming me to council and for guiding me. Your team is wonderful, and that's a reflection on you. So, I just want to say I appreciate it every day that we've worked together. And thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Well, in addition to echoing what's already been said, I just want to say that I think that the public has really always had the basis to trust that Beth is there to be the liaison between the city and the public, and that she's impartial and welcoming, and really is committed to helping the public engage in our institutions. And then on a personal note, I just know how committed Beth is to her extended family, and is how much she is devoted to them, and is looking forward to all the time she'll be able to spend with them. So best wishes to you.
Thank you, Pat.
Councilmember Cormack.
Beth, I think the two words that I want to use to describe you, and I know one's already been used already, which is gracious, and then unruffled. And even COVID didn't ruffle you, and poof, here we were on Zoom ahead of everyone else. And that extends to your entire team, those who have served before and those who are serving now. I literally have never heard a crossword from anyone in your entire office. So as everyone has said, it's been a pleasure. And I also personally understand what it means when it's time to put family first. And I echo Councilmember Coos. I wish you all the best. And after this incredibly difficult year for, the community and the world, enjoy. Do take good care of yourself, and go with our very best wishes.
Thank you, Allison. And it was with the Zoom, we were one of the first ones, and people were looking to us to find out how we did it. So I feel really great that we were one of the first ones and we made it work.
You should.
Thank you.
Councilmember Filsa.
Hey, Beth. Thank you very much for all the support and good cheer over these years, and really making a difference on not only the regular stuff, but also a couple of non-traditional curveballs that I think really made a huge impact on, and would have been really hard to do without you. So thank you very much for that. Been great working with you. I've enjoyed it, and your team, which is you're doing as well. You made a big difference here. Gonna miss you, but best wishes on your retirement, and not having to drive around the valley at crazy hours of the day and nights and anymore. And best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. And I will not miss driving home at midnight from Palo Alto to Gilroy.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'd just like to add my thanks. Really appreciate your work. Really like your team. And I really hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, so we'll go to the public, and I see a few are already in our Zoom session. So Assemblyman Berman, former council member.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. And Beth, so good to see you. Congratulations on your retirement. It's so well deserved. I've got to say, you were in the clerk's office, and then city clerk my entire time on the city council, and you were always so kind, so positive. Councilmember Cormack, I think, said unflappable. No, unruffled. I was thinking unflappable. Same thing. And that's not easy. That's not easy in your job. That's not easy in your role as being, the interface with the public. That's also not easy in your job with how much interaction you have with the council. But you always did the job with just such a pleasurable kind of attitude and demeanor. And I really appreciated the work you did. And I know you've been doing a great job the 4.5 years since I left. So congrats again on a well-deserved retirement. But I know that there are a lot of people in Palo Alto who are going to miss seeing your face at those council meetings and getting great feedback from you whenever they have questions. So thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm honored to have you here tonight. That means a lot to me.
Oh, my pleasure. Absolutely.
I also have State Senator Josh Becker.
I just want to add my voice, and thanks for having me here today. It's a privilege to represent Palo Alto and the State Senate, and to see all of you, and some of you I've not seen in a few months, and just thank you for the work guiding Palo Alto and the region through this crisis. I know how much work it's been for all of you. Beth, I just want to say congratulations, just add my voice. You've overseen many city elections, managed upgrades, the clerk's office and council chambers. So much important work in the past years. We had to adjust to the COVID pandemic, as everyone said. We are working on a resolution, as Senator Berman said, that we will get to, not quite ready yet, but we'll look forward to presenting that to you. And just thank you for all your hard work, and congratulations on what's next.
Thank you, Josh, and I'm glad that you were here and very honored that you spoke tonight. Thank you.
And Beth, since it's your resolution, I'm going to ask Nellie to go to the public.
I asked her to.
If any members of the public would like to speak to Beth Miner's retirement, please raise your hand in the Zoom application. Our first speaker will be Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Karen Holman and Doria Suma. Winter, go right ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Beth, it's really hard letting go of you. I just love you as city clerk so much for a ton of the reasons that council people have said. You're always so nice to us. You've made everything so nice in the city clerk's office, because nobody comes to you unless they want something. We all want a piece of you. We all want a piece of the city clerks, and you are always so nice to us. But here, I have a proposition for you. First of all, I'm changing your rank. You're no longer Beth Minor, you're Beth Major. And I have been noticing the background. You have chosen the universe. The universe is in back of you. So this is my proposition. I have my space pod, and I have a feeling you have a space pod, and I'm suggesting that we just bag it all, and we just start on our journey and our adventure into the multiverse, Beth Major, and we have a good time, because you know what? Retirement is a good time. It's not just more responsibility or different responsibility. It's a good time. And I know you're going to have a great time. And out there in that universe, you're going to make all kinds of wonderful discoveries now that you're free. All of us wanting stuff from you all the time. And I'm just so happy to have known you, and you being so nice to me. And now it's time for everybody else to be nice to you. Thank you so much for being so great to our city and serving us so well. And just have fun out there in the universe.
Thank you, Winter. I appreciate your words.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker will be Karen Holman, to be followed by Doria Suma. Karen, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you. Well, gee, Beth, there's so much that could be said, but I'll try not to repeat other people's comments, which are all appreciated and all very, very true. You've always been there with quiet resolve and a can-do attitude, and something that I know is in the resolution or the proclamation, but facilitating the early packet. It's not obvious what it takes to do that. It requires collaboration and coordination with pretty much all of the departments to get the reports into your office on time. And that starts weeks ahead of time with the routing process. And it relies on relationships that you've built with other department heads as well. It doesn't happen magically or easily, and you manage it very, very well. Well done to you, Beth, Jessica, Nellie, and the rest of your office with your leadership, Beth. And also, just so it doesn't go as an assumption, your office being open 5 days a week when many offices in the city are open 4 days a week because of the 980 or 9 out of 10 days because of the 980, that was not a council directive. You initiated that. It was your leadership and your decision to do that. Well done. As with many other things, just well done. And lastly, just your selflessness in leadership and growing team members. While it's resulted in some staff moving on, they've actually moved up. And that's a testament to your maturity as a leader. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I hope it brings you much joy. And I'm sure there's some grandkids that are really looking forward to you, you being around a little more often and not being having to deal with other responsibilities. So Beth, bless you and best wishes.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for assisting on the resolution. I really appreciate your words.
You're very, very welcome.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Doria Suma, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman. Doria, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I don't have a space pod to offer you, Beth, but I do want to pile on with the general appreciation and admiration and love that you're receiving this evening for your excellent work and your excellent team. You made your job seem really easy, and I'm sure it's anything but. And we were just super lucky to have you for as long as we had you. And I say, make a run for it, don't look back, and enjoy your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Doria.
Oops, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Doria. Jonathan Ehrman, you'll be our final speaker. Go ahead, you'll have 2 minutes.
I just, as a member of the public who speaks at these meetings, I just want to say thanks to the city clerk and her office and all that they do, especially with the pandemic. It's a whole new stuff to have to deal with and to coordinate, and the fact that this all works is really a tribute to her and what's often a thankless task. So it's appropriate that at this point we get to actually thank her and recognize the department. So thanks for making everything work. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Great. And Beth, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the mayor and the council members. You've all been great to work with. I also want to thank my family, some that are here tonight. My sister from Kirkland, Washington, and my older brother from San Diego, and sister-in-law and daughter, and some special friends of mine from Florida. So thank you guys very much and for your support. Working for the cities brought me great satisfaction in many ways. With it, like people have said, our office has been open. I was able to play Switzerland and be neutral throughout, and that passed on to my employees also. I was able to work for several great council members and mayors through these 14 years, including Karen Holman, Gail Price, Sid Espinoza, Mark Berman, Peter Dreckmeyer, and many others who taught me a lot through their terms. There are many members of the public that I appreciate and thank you, and I hope to stay in touch with. Most of all, I'm grateful for the members of the City of Palo Alto team, the employees, and the team I created in the clerk's office is so amazing with their knowledge, their drive to learn and to excel. And as one speaker said, they have gone on to other departments, other cities as city clerks, and other positions. So although it hurts our department, it shows what great people they are. And to all the city employees, I want to thank them. They have been great to work with. If they've had questions, to be able to answer them. Teamwork gets people through the easy times, and more importantly, through the tough times if you work together. And I put a team together and we worked well, and the city has a lot of teams that work well, and I wish them all the best. Thank you to everyone from the council to the members of the public and to the city team. I've enjoyed my time here and will miss many of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Beth. Yeah. Could do, it's kind of applause, it's kind of hard on Zoom. All right. Guess we're done with the fun stuff. Now we're on to the meeting. So we are at agenda changes and deletions. I don't think we have any changes. Do want to point out that because we are ratifying the new clerk tonight, we're going to start a regular meeting at 6 p.m. And if we get to consent before that, we'll take our break. And so,
if I might note also, just for the public and also for the council members, we did discover a printing glitch or a potential printing glitch on one of your items this evening. So we did issue an at places memo on item number 22. There were some attachments that may have gotten duplicated twice, and the ordinance itself language was missing. So you should have received just before this meeting a corrected copy of that item. Again, that's item number 22.
okay, thank you. All right, let's go to oral communications. It's time for the public to speak to something that's not otherwise on the agenda.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak to anything that is not on our agenda tonight, please raise your hand. We have three speakers at this time. We have Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman, and then Winter Dellenbach. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm actually going to speak to the budget because I will not be able to stick around for the rest of the meeting. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for all the work that's gone into the budget over the last 2 months. Things have been added back in, and I know that not everyone is happy about how the budget has turned out on the council, but I really want to suggest that this budget it's certainly not, one would say, but it's what really seemed to be necessary for this moment, for what we're going through with COVID. We're already seeing the results from the theater now has on sale tickets for starting next month, the Berenstain Bears Hot Dog Summertime Show outside in the garden. You can buy your tickets now for the show. I don't think this would have been possible without the implications that this program would have been added back in. So I just want to thank the council for their work on the budget. I hope it all goes well tonight. And I just really want to suggest that the whole council consider getting behind this budget in a show of unity, that this is where we are. We know that there are economic challenges in the coming years and even in this year, but we know that. We understand that. We're not blind to the shortcomings in the budget. So I just want to suggest that maybe we can all come together and at least support this budget because it's what we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by our final speaker, Winter Dellenbach. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted, last week there was a cartoon in the paper that made me think of everyone here. It's Frank and Ernest. You may have seen it. It was last Tuesday. Can't show, but you can look it up. It was last Tuesday, June 15th, and you see the two guys are in the park, and somebody is with smiles, and somebody is walking past in a suit, looking very grumpy. He's got a briefcase, and one of the characters, Frank or Ernest, whichever one it is saying, "Hey, it's not a zero-sum game, Say, hey, it's not a zero-sum game, Everybody can have a good day." So I just wanted to remind everyone on the council and city hall that, yeah, not everything is a zero-sum game, and everybody can have a good day if that is our goal and we all work at it. And I want to point out that, wow, look, even Beth Miner is still even working now. So kudos to her, and hope we can make sure that everybody can have a good day. That should be our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And our final speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Winter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thanks. I just have a short comment. Oh, speaking of a fun day, it was summer solstice at 8:30 last night, longest day. So yippee, I guess. I just wanted to say just a couple things. It's difficult to go to the police policy manual. So I'm just going to, for you folks probably. So I just wanted to say that as you take a look at your at place memo for tomorrow night, agenda item 7, I want to caution you that I look at the policies, the actual policies, the updated May 2021 policy edition. And see in the at places memo, well, sometimes it refers to our policies in a couple of places. It's not, it doesn't necessarily, if you read very carefully in the actual policy, it doesn't always exactly match up. And you're going to be presented with 4 legislative bills to do with law enforcement reforms or things to do with law enforcement and presently in the California legislature. And they're all 4 of them good opportunities for the city to take a look at in terms of supporting. And they deal with different issues. And they're all well within your legislative guidelines that you passed in February of this year. And so I just wanted to just kind of maybe grease the skids a little bit for tomorrow night, assuring you within legislative guidelines. They don't necessarily at all match with our current policies and all opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Winter. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. We're on to item number 3, which is minutes approval and entertaining motions.
I'll move approval of the action minutes for June 7th.
I'll go ahead and second those. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Coop,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Great. That passes 7-0. So we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we are going to reconvene with a regular meeting at 6 p.m. See you all then. Both council members will turn their cameras on if they're back. Thank you. All right, looks like we're all here. So our next item is the consent calendar. Any motions or no votes? Councilmember Cormack,
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on item 18, please.
Councilmember Ku,
I'd like to register a no vote on item number 19.
and Councilmember Tanaka,
No on 16.
all right, and I will go ahead and move the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the members of the public that would like to speak on consent.
Any members of the public wishing to speak to any item on consent, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, we have one member, Ken. Ken, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I apologize. I tried to raise my hand for thanking Beth for the wonderful job she's done as city clerk. And as a member of the public who has attended many, many meetings over 40 years, Beth is the best. So I wanted to wish her best of luck in the future and best retirement. And she'll be missed by Palo Altoans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate your words, and I will miss you. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on consent. We're starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Okay, that's 7-0 with no votes by Councilmember Cormack on item 18, Councilmember Ku on 19, and Councilmember Tanaka on 16. I'll just go in that order. Councilmember Cormack, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yeah, no, it's regrettable that I felt the need to vote no on this after being on the ad hoc and spending so much time on it. And I think much of it is quite positive, but I'm just unwilling to support 9 years as a term limit.
Okay, Councilmember Ku on item 19.
I voted no for the first reading, so I'm just following through that. But also, I do have great concerns that it was an emergency ordinance and now it's moving into interim. And I hope before anything else is done is that we do have an environmental impact study done, as well as looking at traffic patterns and coming up with a proposal of how we're going to ensure traffic circulation and parking issues. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Tanaka on item 16.
Sure. So, we had a ton of consent items right now on our calendar, but the one that really kind of stuck out at me was 16, which is the golf course renewal. So this contract is for the renewal of the management of the golf course. And the thing that's really, I'm not sure if you guys looked at this, but it's an $8 million increase, right? There's an $8 million increase in a year when we're having severe budget challenges, right? So the contract was originally $9 million, and now it's going to increase by $8 million. And so to me, it just seems like this is something that should have been not a consent item, but something we should discuss. And when I looked at the 5-page document that the staff report, there's a lot of things that weren't very clear to me in terms of exactly how much money was lost and gained. There was a percentages given, but not necessarily dollar figures or a schedule or a income statement as to what happened. And so I think there should have been more detail also around the staff report. I think it would have also behooved us to also get a second bid for this. It's a lot of money. We're talking about quite a bit of money total. And so I think that this is supposed to be a moneymaker for us, but I think it would have been really good to us to have studied this in more depth than just simply a consent item. Maybe it's okay, but I think given the magnitude of this and the importance to our city in terms of being a revenue generator, I think we should look at this more closely. So I can't support this item.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes consent. We're on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if we're able to get the slides up. We have a few items of note for the community. And actually, while we're making that transition, let me also acknowledge on your consent calendar, item number 17, which is the board and commission work plans. Again, routine business at one level, but also want to acknowledge the work by the council, the commissions themselves, and the staff in order to put together work plans that really for the first time establish a way of documenting and rolling up as a package the effort and the coordination between the city council and your boards and commissions. So really appreciate the effort that went into that action that, again, may otherwise appear to just be routine business for the day. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. Routine business for the day, I suspect, is if we look back at the last year and a half, has just been every day's something different. Here, just for the purpose of providing our regular weekly update, would note that as now we are proceeding with the reopening in a variety of areas, this first statement with respect to the rules or perhaps the opening of rules as they apply to fully vaccinated individuals, simply repeated from last week, while also acknowledging that unvaccinated individuals are required to continue to wear masks in a variety of circumstances. I would note most substantively that as of last week, last Thursday, Cal OSHA board and our California governor approved new workplace rules that allow vaccinated individuals to no longer wear masks, subject to a number of limitations, but really simplifying rules that we, along with employers throughout the state, had been wrestling with. So really a new phase in our recovery that's really worth noting and recognizing and appreciating. At the same time, noted in the little green box on the right here that continued testing as well as vaccinations are available. Would note that actually I think it's sccfreevax.org, not .com. So I'll double check that, but I believe that's correction that's needed. And also note that the county today recognized reaching the milestone of 80% of eligible individuals having received at least one vaccination. So really significant milestones occurring as on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. Also related to more here in Palo Alto, a number of in-person programs that are now open and underway, reported previously. Would just note on, let's see, last, I think, again, previously reported libraries, arts center, parks open. Reported last week, our summer camps are underway. I have a little more information on that. They're underway, and there is a little bit of capacity, I understand, still available for families that might want to get into summer camps. Also note that tomorrow you'll be discussing the proclamation of emergency and as it relates to street reopenings, and also notable at the state level that residential eviction moratorium extension is currently being discussed with the expectation or anticipation, I guess is a more accurate term, of an extension to September 30th. Next slide, please. Looking forward, a few events upcoming. July 4th celebration, again, will not be the chili cook-off as has been the case in prior years, but nonetheless, a number of events planned at Mitchell Park. And look forward to hopefully seeing many community members out and enjoying our return to civic life. Next slide, please. Also, for those who may miss the City Council recess in July, to keep you all busy, the summer reading program is back up and running. It will run through September 8th with this theme of reconnect with your community. And through the summer reading program, participants are encouraged to set goals and to finish your reading list over the course of this summer. And look forward to hearing about both the literary works as well as any experiences along the way with our library staff. Next slide, please. And speaking of libraries, for those who may have a gently used laptop available and gathering dust somewhere in your home, the library is continuing our partnership with HP to repurpose existing Windows laptops. There are some technical specs that need to be met in order to qualify for this reuse program, but really a wonderful opportunity to take some old equipment, get it wiped and spruced up for reuse by members of our community. So we do have additional information on that on our homepage. Next slide, please. Also noted the summer camp, just a little more elaboration here that we have a number of camps ongoing, and again, as noted, there is some limited availability, I'm told. So really an opportunity for families to sign up while they are just getting launched. Did note here, there is even a young mayor's camp where participants build and run their own Lego city. And I believe our mayor will be making a cameo appearance at the graduation, such as it is for that program. Next slide, please. And again, just a quick recap on items coming up immediately for tomorrow, including the discussion of the local emergency proclamation, as well as when the council comes back, your first meeting being August 9th. We are planning for a city council meeting in person or actually hybrid, where we'll plan for the council to be in person while we'll be taking both public input both in person as well as online. So this will be the next phase of our return to the next phase of normalcy, and that work is ongoing. Also coming up, wastewater rate changes, as well as results on feedback on the South Palo Alto's Bikeway project. And also coming up later in the month of August, work plan for the council's discussion of 2022 revenue generating ballot measures, as well as grade separation alternatives and parking pricing and policy issues. I believe that's our last slide. Next slide, please. That's it. So back to you, Mayor DeBois.
Great, thank you for that. So we're on to our action items, and first
Can I
item
ask
is
a question? Can I ask a
Oh,
question?
Yeah, sure.
The library, we got a handful of inquiries about the College Terrace Library. Is there any schedule on that one?
Staff is still working up the schedule. I believe the bottom line is it does require hiring of new staff, so that process is underway. And as a result of that, the timeline is a little uncertain. I have suggested or asked our staff to set a target date so we can get that word out to the community while recognizing it may be subject to change.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to item number 21, which is approval of employment agreement and appointment of Leslie Milton to the position of city clerk. Does the staff have any presentation for this item?
Councilmember, I don't believe we do, unless the city manager has a comment, but do recall, Mr. Mayor, that you do need to summarize the key terms orally. This is a feature of state law.
All right, I was not aware of that. So it is a annual salary of $175,000. This is a position that reports directly to the council. And is there any other important term I need to include?
I think those are the key terms. The position is covered by our management compensation plan, except for the limited terms in the individual contract, and it's an at-will position. And I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's, I guess, go to the members of the public, and we'll come to council. there are any comments?
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the new contract for the new city clerk, please raise your hand at this time. Mayor Du Bois, there's no hands.
Okay. I'd just like to say that I'm supporting this motion. I'd like to welcome Leslie Milton to the city. We had a very rich pool of candidates and a pretty rigorous interviewing process. And I'm really excited to have her join as one of our council appointed officers. And I just want to say welcome to Palo Alto. Do any other council members have comments? Councilmember Koo, and then Councilmember Cormack.
I want to say welcome to Palo Alto as well to Ms. Milton. Also, could we announce when is Ms. Milton's start date?
I think right now we're talking about the 26th, but there's some flexibility in that.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Cormack.
And just to be clear, I think we're talking about July 26th as a start date. I just don't want anyone confused.
Yes.
All right.
No, we should mention, might mention that Beth's last day is the end of July.
Okay. And did you make a motion? Are we speaking to the motion or are we just commenting? I wasn't quite clear.
I did not, but you're welcome to.
No, that's fine. Yes, I will also be supporting this. And I look forward to Ms. Milton joining our team and continuing the tradition that Ms. Miner has created. And I'm confident that she'll be a wonderful addition.
Vice Mayor Burke.
Yes, I would like to move approval of the contract with it, including the terms stated by the mayor and the city attorney.
Second.
And then just speaking briefly to it, welcome to Ms. Melton to be our new city clerk. And she comes with a very strong background and range of experience. And we look forward to her bringing all of her innovation and commitment to the community and look forward to working with her.
Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to your second at all?
I've already spoken. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Tanaka.
So I actually really enjoyed the process that we did for the city clerk. I thought it was a very robust process. We went out and talked to a lot of candidates. I thought the recruiters did a pretty amazing job, and we got so many great candidates that we got a chance to talk with. So very, very happy with the process. I hope we could repeat this for other people that we may hire. Leslie, I really appreciate your kind of background. It aligns a lot to mine in terms of really trying to leverage technology to do things better. So I look forward to you bringing this to the office and bringing it to our city. So super excited to be working with you. The one part that I am concerned about is, as most of you guys know, we're going through a pretty tough budget season, second year in a row. And it's a pretty big step up from our current city clerk, much higher than I would want to do right now. Aside from that, if we didn't have these budget issues, I wouldn't be so concerned. But we have a lot of challenges right now, so for that part, I'm not so excited about. But for the candidate, as Leslie as a candidate, I'm super excited about her. But I am concerned about the salary.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be enthusiastically supporting the motion. I'm excited to work with you, Leslie, and kind of second what all my colleagues said. It was a very competitive process, and you really stood out. I'm excited for you. Your out of the box thinking, and you seem like a great colleague to be able to work with. So looking forward to welcoming you to Palo Alto. It really is a special place to live and work. So congratulations.
Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I'm going to start with Councilmember Tanaka.
I vote yes.
Vice Mayor Burke.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Excellent. So that passes 7-0. I think Miss Melton has joined us tonight. Milton, sorry. Leslie, would you like to make any comments?
I would love to. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the community. Thank you so much for your kind words, council members. I am honored to be selected to work for your community of Palo Alto. I am incredibly excited and looking forward to, working with the City Council directly and understanding what your priorities are, working with staff, residents, businesses, everyone to move the city forward in the direction that you feel it needs to go. And I recognize, and I'm so grateful to have been on the previous meeting because there are very large shoes to fill that Miss Minor is leaving. And I promise you that I will work to honor her reputation that she's built in the city clerk's office and expand upon it in service to the city. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm very excited to be part of the team.
Thank you and welcome again. Okay, so that concludes item number 21A. We now move on to item 22, which is a public hearing, adoption of a budget ordinance for FY22, compensation plan for management professional employees. And we're also going to include item 23 together with 22, which is kind of related. It's adoption of resolutions for our various utilities. Would staff like to go ahead?
Sure, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Kylie Nozay, Administrative Services Director. And as the Mayor discussed, we will be taking up both items 22 and 23 together. These are the formal adoption of the ordinance for the FY 2022 operating and capital budgets, as well as the municipal fee schedule. And item 23 specifically has to do with all of the resolutions for rates. So there's 6 resolutions as part of item 23 for consideration, all addressing various utility and public works rates for service. So ultimately, this item is the culmination of months of work by both staff and the City Council that started, frankly, back in December when we started looking at our long-range financial forecast. We did an update with the council in February and basically have spent the better part of May and June going through multiple discussions with both the Finance Committee and the council. And so before you tonight is basically the culmination of all those discussions on all these various topics for your final adoption and approval in accordance with the city's charter. So we'll have a joint presentation by both administrative services staff as well as utility staff. And I believe that Ms. Peros will kick us off. Christine?
Thank you, Director Nozay. As Kylie mentioned, this item covers item 20. This presentation covers item 22 and 23 on your council agenda of adopting the fiscal year 2022 operating and capital budgets, municipal fee schedule, and revised compensation plan, along with 6 resolutions to approve the various financial plans and utility rate changes. So first we'll begin with the budget adoption item. Before you tonight and for your consideration is adoption of those proposed budgets, the operating and capital, along with the municipal fee schedule. As City Manager Sakata mentioned earlier, there is an at-place memo related to this item, which includes the inadvertently omitted budget amendment ordinance along with attachments. Also before you tonight is to accept the 2022 to 2026 capital improvement plan, adopt the revised compensation plan for management and professional employees. This also includes the council appointed officials. This revised compensation plan will include extending through June 30th, 2022, the continuation of a no cost of living increase, sunset the furlough and reduction of management excess benefit for these employees, and extend the increase in vacation accrual cap through the end of 2022. In addition, we've also included in your report to review and the recommended funding plan for the Roth Building Rehabilitation Project. This slide is a snapshot of the general fund, and currently, as in the proposed 2022 budget, the budget stabilization reserve balance is 36 million, or 17.2% of the proposed budget. This reserve level is 2.7 million below the council target of 18.5%. The proposed budget includes a net draw to the budget stabilization reserve. And within that includes council's directed use of 2.5 million to restore services previously included in the proposed budget to reduce. And also this amount is offset by adjustments to assumed wage increases, assumed wage adjustments. So overall net, after all the actions taken by and adjustments in the proposed budget, the 2022 budget expenditures total 209.2 million. This amount of expenditures represents a 12.2 million, or 6.2% increase over the 2021 adopted budget. In addition to this, the 2022 budget includes reduced staffing levels. This budget has staffing levels that are reduced by 103.58 FTE, or 9.1% compared to the 2021 adopted budget. And this is primarily due to the eliminations of positions that were identified as freezes in 2021. If you recall, council directed the elimination of these frozen positions in the mid-year budget review. The second bullet shows that the specific 2022 staffing reductions after excluding the 2021 freezes is a net 0.9 FTE decrease. This slide summarizes the capital budget. The capital budget in 2022 totals 174.3 million and 747.1 million over the total 5-year plan for all funds. As far as the general fund capital improvement fund, the 2022 budget is at 68.2 million and 223.8 million over the 5 years. Included in our staff report, we've recommended an additional adjustment in the capital improvement fund. This is for phase 3 of the Charleston-Arostadero corridor project, totaling 3 million, and the funding breakdown is listed here. It includes 1.2 million in Stanford University Medical Center funds and reallocates 1.5 million from the bike and pedestrian plan capital project and 0.3 million from various street maintenance projects. Finally, the second recommended additional adjustment to the capital improvement plan is an adjustment for the gas tax revenue decrease and corresponding reductions in street maintenance capital projects. Within the storm management fund, we are also recommending a change to the trash capture device installation capital project that totals 613,000. And we've also included the reference to the CMR as it was previously reviewed by the council. Quickly, we have also a summary of enterprise funds and other funds here. We've listed Stanford University Medical Center Fund, adjustment for the Charleston-Arostadero corridor project, which I previously mentioned. The University Avenue Parking Permit Fund. This item was included in the budget wrap memo and previously reviewed by the Finance Committee and Council, which is to reduce the Transportation Management Association funding to 150,000. We've also included an adjustment to the CDBG fund to increase the annual allocation by about close to $8,000 to total 536,756. And then there is also an adjustment to the various utility funds for the reclassification of 5 positions from field service inspector to water, gas, wastewater, utilities, field service inspectors, and utilities. This was presented to council in January 2021. So up next are the summary of the Roth building rehabilitation and the funding. You may recall this slide from our presentation on June 7th, where we've listed the total funding need to be 10.5 million and have listed the variety of other support and funding sources for this project. The next slide really is where we discussed and outlined our potential fundings and the recommended reallocations to arrive at the 4 million figure that are needed to fund this project. So out of the SUMC fund and the infrastructure and affordable housing category, we're recommending to use 0.5 million of not committed funds and to shift Fire Station 4 rebuild project costs to the expansion mitigation category and to the capital improvement fund and be funded out of that. Second, out of the community center impact fee funds, and this is in relation to the community space in the Roth building. Staff recommends that we use $500,000 of not committed funds and shift the Rinconada Park Improvement project to parkland dedication fee funds, and that totals 1.65 million. Finally, the last component of this is use of park impact fee funds, and this is to fund the public restroom for service for Heritage Park, and we recommend use of 0.35 million of not committed funds for this. I also want to note on the bottom of the slide that city staff and the Palo Alto museum staff are yet to confirm actual construction costs and usage parameters of the community room and the public restroom facility to determine refined levels of impact fee fund eligibility. We've also included in our presentation a draft motion for council consideration, which is to adopt the 2022 budget ordinance that is included in the at-place memo for the operating and capital budgets, table of organization, and municipal fee schedule as amended by the actions outlined in staff's report. To accept the 2022 to 2026 capital improvement plan as amended by the actions outlined in our staff report, to adopt the revised compensation plan for management and professional employees, and to review the tentative funding plan for the Roth building rehabilitation project and direct staff to return to council with refined level of impact fund eligibility based on actual construction costs and facility usage in consultation with the Palo Alto Museum. That concludes our presentation on the budget adoption, and I'll turn it over to Director Dean Batchelor, who will go over the utility rate resolutions. Dean?
Thank you, Christine. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Council. Tonight, utilities will be presenting the financial plans and the rate changes for the gas, electric, water utilities, as well as updated rates for the dark fiber and the storm water. When we wrote these plans, the goal was to maintain the investments in the safety and the reliability of our utility systems. But we also tried to have the smallest impacts that we could make on the community as well. We're not bringing the wastewater rates tonight to you. We'll bring those on August the 9th. We had some issues with our mailing of our Prop 218 letters this year, so we could not hold the hearing tonight. We mailed the Prop 218 letters out already to make sure that the residents knew about the change in the public hearing. This delay will have a small impact on our wastewater reserves of about $100,000 or a little less in the 2021 FY 2021. We reviewed our procedures for mailing these letters, and we identified some areas that we needed to tighten up. We've made those changes to that, and I'm confident it won't happen again. But I'm here as well as staff to answer any of your questions about the wastewater Prop 218 or as we go into the presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Eric Kinniston, our rates manager, to go over our financial plans. So with that, Eric.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, council members. So tonight, as Dean mentioned, we're bringing to you the culmination of the many months of work that we've done in front of the Utilities Advisory Commission and Finance Committees. So the first one we have for you tonight is the Electric Fund. What we're bringing tonight is a overall 0% rate increase. So there are some slight changes though. It's a 0% overall rate increase in what most customers will see on their rates. We are proposing increases to the Palo Alto Green program, which is a pass-through program that we have for commercial customers. And so it will only impact those customers on the Palo Alto Green program. In addition, we are proposing bringing up the pass-through charges or pass-through credits for the net energy metering customers to bring those up to current market rate. In future years, we are looking at having 5% rate increases in 2023 and 2024. We've reduced a little bit the electric special project reserve loan repayment. We'd originally we're planning on repaying it all this year, but instead of doing a rate increase, we've opted to do no rate increase now and instead extend the repayment over the next few years. With that said, the reserve margins are tight right now, but we do feel confident that we should be able to maintain everything with the proposal that we have in front of you tonight. And so with that, can move on to our staff recommendation. It's long, but I can read it for you if you'd like. Staff and Utilities Advisory Commission and the Finance Committee recommend the approval of the FY 2022 electric financial plan, including transfers of $5 million from the CIP reserve to the distribution operations reserve. Actually, first I'll ask you whether or not you would like me to read the whole piece, or this basically just states what I stated earlier. So I will leave it up to you. I will also ask whether or not you would like me to go through all of the recommended motions or would you like to discuss each utility individually?
I think you should just go ahead and go through all of them.
Okay, will do. So this recommendation sheet, as I said, goes through and discusses everything with regarding to what we're proposing for the electric. No rate increase, but changes to the Palo Alto Green program and all of the export electricity compensation rates for avoided cost. Let's move on to the gas fund. Or actually, this is a second. Let's move on. During the Finance Committee session with and discussing the electric, there was a directive that staff return after the summer recess with a communication plan to help provide customers with rate histories, trends, competitive standing. And we would bring this forward to the UAC for further review and recommendation, but also that we would come back after the break, talk about the reliability history and comparative performance relative to other jurisdictions. So this is something that we're just letting you know that we agreed to these and that we are planning on bringing these up to UAC after the summer recess period. Next slide. In gas, tonight we are bringing the 3% rate increase for FY 2022. We wrestled a bit with various proposals. 3% seemed the most reasonable based upon what we had. We originally started last year with not thinking that the COVID epidemic would radically impact the gas sales. And we were wrong, admittedly. We thought it might only impact things by about 3 to 5% maybe. And it's had been closer to 6 to 8% sales reduction. And this has continued during the course of COVID, similar to what we've seen in electric. Because of what we saw, we forecasted a few different scenarios. We're now not, I put in there that we saw sales decline of about 10%, that we might need $1 million in expense reductions. As of this point in time, sales have not been that bad, only about an 8% reduction. So we're feeling pretty confident with what we are proposing tonight in the way of a rate proposal. Similar to the electric, the future years though, for 23 and 24, we are thinking we'll need 5% rate increases moving forward. We did make already a reduction to the gas main replacement project 24. That was last year. We reduced it by $2 million. We're keeping that reduction. But by just doing that one reduction, we think we can hold rates steady and not need any additional cuts with the 3% rate increase. So next slide. So given that that is staff's recommendation and staff with the backing of the UAC and Finance Committee to have a 3% overall rate increase. We are also going to propose a transfer of $3.9 million from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve to help the health of that, as well as moving $4.5 million from the rate stabilization reserve to the cap and trade reserve. Currently, we have been earning money on selling allowances for cap and trade items. That money has been going into the operations reserve. We just feel that it's a better for transparency to move that into its own separate reserve for purposes of tracking expenditures moving forward. Next slide. For water tonight, FY 2022, we are not proposing any rate increases, so that's good news. Our FY 20 year-end operations reserves were at max guideline, and based upon current expenditures and sales, we're betting that we're going to be within guideline ranges by the end of FY 2022. We are funding a capital program for we are funding a CIP reserve as well, which is something that we've been planning to do with all the utilities, but we're kicked off first with the water fund. And we're also using the rate stabilization reserve to reduce the impact of supply cost increases in the future. Similar to the other utilities, we are anticipating that we'll need 5% rate increases in future years. But as always, we do like to, we'll see how this year's sales and how the start of next year transpire. Next slide. So tonight, the only recommendation we have is for the recommendation to adopt the FY22 water utility financial plan and a transfer of $13.24 million from the operations reserve to the CIP reserve. Next slide. So these are just these next two recommendations, the dark fiber and the stormwater. Both of these utilities we increase annually based upon the December CPI rate, which was 2%. So we are just bringing forward resolutions to do that, to increase the EDF1 and EDF2 dark fiber rates by 2%, as well as the stormwater drainage rate by 2%. Next slide. And as Dean mentioned, tonight we will not be discussing the wastewater collection rates. Instead, those will be heard on August 9th. We will say that what we are going to be proposing at that meeting is an overall rate increase of 3%. If that rate goes through, it would be effective September 1st, 2021. And with that, that concludes the rates presentation.
Thank you so much, Eric. I'll move on to our final slide of our presentation, which is the adopt items 22 and 23 for the FY22 budget and utility rates. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'll turn it back to the council for any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. We'll go to the public for comment on the budget as well as the utility rates.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the budget at this time, please raise your hand and we will call your name. Our first member is Aram James, to be followed by Lauren Angelo. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so maybe you saw the letter that was published in the Post today regarding police funding. I understand on item number 22, page 9, there's a discussion of refilling 5 sworn officer positions for the patrol unit that were removed during the COVID crisis. Like the city of Menlo Park, I think we should not reward our police without a very robust city council and community discussion about whether there's been any real measurable reforms implemented by the Palo Alto Police Department. My personal observation is that the police department is more insular, less transparent than prior to the George Floyd matter. There's been a lot of lip service to Black Lives Matter, but when the rubber hits the road, no reforms of any substance. I would like to see, instead of 5 police officers, sworn officers being hired, that we consider, and I know the police chief is going to tell you all the reasons that we can't do it, bring in trained non-sworn officers, crisis intervention people. We've had a lot of discussion with, and you all have discussed it in a very positive fashion. We need to have some alternatives for mental health crisis officers. I'd also like to see a police crimes violence victim recruited to the police to be available for other people that are alleging police crime violence, so that we've got some alternatives to what we've seen for so many years doesn't work. We still have the unresolved Zach Perone matter. We still have the problem of Thomas DeStefano with his many problems, Nick Enberg with the attack on Mr. Joel Emberg without a timely release of the body-worn cameras. So please, let's have a powerful discussion before we move to bring back those 5 officers.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Lauren Angelo, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman, and we will take hands until Lauren finishes speaking. Lauren, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lauren Angelo, and I'm here this evening to speak briefly as president of the Friends of the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo. On behalf of the Friends, I would like to reiterate our appreciation to the Council Finance Committee. In May, the Finance Committee made the recommendation to lower the daily price of admission to the new JMZ from $18 to $10, and to lower the price of an annual membership from $150 to $108. Tonight, the Friends are urging the City Council to adopt the budget ordinance, including the JMZ fee changes recommended by the Finance Committee. In just a few short months, the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo will reopen its doors to the community, and the Friends remain committed to ensuring that the new JMZ remains as affordable and accessible as possible. We look forward to partnering with the city and the community in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And we will no longer be taking any speakers. So our final speaker will be Jonathan Ehrman. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, you are.
Regarding the Junior Museum and Zoo, I just want to point out that, even with the reductions, which is certainly welcome, and it certainly shouldn't be higher, but of course the original costs were determined with the idea that this is a children's museum and zoo, and so that the prices were something that the children would pay. When you start raising the prices even to something like $10, something above what was originally planned, you start raising the prices into something that is only for adults. And then the reason that there was only the one ticket price was the idea was, well, it's a children's museum and zoo, so we have a children's price. If you start raising it, maybe you should think about having an adult price and a children's price, and maybe the children's price is free like it used to be be. There are many, I hear ads on the radio for, the museum in San Francisco all the time. And it's like, you hear that, under 18 is free. So this issue of just raising the price to recoup the costs doesn't really take into account the mission of the museum and zoo. And so I think the issue bears some looking at. Like I said before, I feel like, well, I don't know what the plan is, but when it opens, for a month or so, admission should be free for everyone, so people can come in and see what it is, so they'll know what they're getting. And I wonder sometimes about, priorities. I think the budget is an improvement over some of the original propositions, but we're also just very lucky in terms of getting some of the resources. And I don't, it seems like members of the public have to, show up and twist the arms of the council to get community services that, the city, advertises on its website. You go and it says, I want to, and there's things about, go to the Coverly Theater, go to Lucy Stern, visit the Children's Theater, visit the Museum and Zoo, take a class. And yet it seems like there's something wrong in the way we're fiscally set up, that we have to really advocate for these things to exist. I mean, you're signing an agreement with Tesla tonight for 7 years plus possible extensions. Last week you approved the contract between the City of Palo Alto and Theater Works Palo Alto Players and West Bay Opera for the use of Lucy Stern Community Theater for an additional year. I mean, these groups have been using the place for decades, and you can't even do agreements with them for more than 1 year at a time. Not to mention the whole fiasco with the way the Coverly agreement was dealt with. So I think you need to think about exactly, in some cases, what priorities are. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And we will have one last speaker, Maura. Maura, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. I just want to say a quick thank you for the increases that you have recommended to community services in Palo Alto. I put together a petition not knowing how many people would sign it, and we had over 3,000 people sign it. I think it just shows how much our community cares about the services that we have here. And my request to you is if we could have a process where public can be engaged earlier on, so that these cuts, if they're not necessarily needed, we don't have to go through the challenges of thinking and trying to figure out where to make these cuts. I'm especially thankful as the Executive Director of Youth Community Service for your continued support for mental health and wellness of our youth and children. And I think all of our community service programs support our youth and their wellness. So I'm calling just to express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Maura. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we will close the public hearing at this point and bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. There's a fair amount of new information in tonight's report, so I do have some questions. Is Fire Station 4 going to be delayed in any way, or is the funding just coming from other places?
At this time, staff doesn't anticipate it to be delayed. It's currently scheduled in the out years of the CIP as well. And so it would be reallocating how it's funded.
Okay, thanks. It seems like the change in the ticket price for the Junior Museum and Zoo had a ripple effect in the enterprise funds. It seemed somehow a little larger than I would have anticipated. What do I not understand about that?
I'm not sure that it has a ripple effect in the enterprise funds, except potentially us realigning utility costs for the opening that was previously lumped in one kind of location as we were planning.
Oh, I see. I see.
To your point, Councilmember Cormack, staff did go through and refine all adjustments that the council had made previously. So there were slight tweaks for the revenue assumptions associated with taking the ticket price down, but I want to say that it wasn't a larger change than $100,000. I want to say it was about a $900,000 estimate before, and it's just shy of $1 million now in terms of cost.
And that made sense. It was just surprising to see, six-figure changes in the enterprise funds, but now that makes sense if they were held in one place and you're just moving them out of the pot to where they're supposed to be. Okay.
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Cormack, to be fully transparent, on Fire Station 4, to your earlier question, sorry, I'm taking up your time. Staff, as part of this budget, has delayed Fire Station 4 to align the funding with, frankly, available funds. So this proposed budget does delay that project in alignment with all of our prior discussions. Specifically, this funding action doesn't further delay it. That's just a nuance that I'm not sure the public or others may pick up on.
When did we delay it?
As part of the 5-year CIP in rebalancing it and the priorities within it, it was originally something that we were going to award actually this year. City Manager Kata can add to this.
I'm just going to try to put that in layperson's terms.
Thank you.
Your proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year delays the project by 1 year.
Okay. Did staff have that delay in your initial proposed budget?
We did. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's disappointing. Okay. I don't have page numbers. I'm on attachment A, exhibit 3, page I don't know what. And it looks like there's $1 million added for the California Avenue area parking garage that was not in the original capital budget. What's up with that? PE 18000.
My guess is that's a reappropriation, but let me look at it real quick.
Okay. I'm not sure it was called out somewhere else. It just, and I guess that would make sense, but I'm not sure what we're still spending money on next year, unless it, because we already did the fancy parking thing. I can't remember what it's called. Okay. And then in attachment B, I did not quite understand the 80 hours of vacation accrual. Would the city manager like to explain that in quote layperson's language?
Actually, I may need.
Well, you're the one who gets authorized.
That one.
I'm on attachment B, section 5.
Sure. So I'll take a stab at this, as I'm not sure our HR staff is on the line right now. So what this does is it has to do with the management compensation and the schedule and the management plan associated with how benefits are accrued. And so one of the measures that we took last year as part of the pandemic was extending what the vacation accrual limit was. Meaning you can accrue up to a certain level and then your accruals stop. What this did was increased that accrual by about 80 hours, by 80 hours. And that was expected to sunset at the end of this fiscal year. Meaning, let's say the accrual limit was 400 hours, I'm making this up. This authorized to bring it to 480, and that was supposed to drop back down to 400 on June 30th of this year. What this would do is extend that additional 80-hour accrual, so making the limit 480 until the end of next fiscal year. And so it just extends it 1 year, similar to the management compensation plan that is recommended to extend 1 year.
Okay, I see my time's up, but I just want to follow up on this. So that's because people were busy working and didn't have time to take vacation, or?
In large part.
Okay, that makes total sense. Okay.
And part of it has to do with, frankly, the adjustments that we've made to management and the management compensation. If you recall, the council recalls, managers took wage reductions last year through furloughs, through general wage increases being frozen and merit increases being frozen. And so these are all measures that, as we move through this pandemic, some sunset. This one in particular, staff is recommending that it extends 12 months.
Let me draw a very direct nexus there. The furloughs of, I believe it was 13 days, or 13 days that managers were required to take off. And so raising the cap on the time off accruals was to recognize that they were not able to take additional time off beyond those furlough days.
Okay. And on my next go round, I do want to talk a little bit about the different wages in our different groups last year and this year. And then I'll just let Mr. Keniston know the electric hydro adjuster rate. I think this is my first time through that, so I might have a question about that on the next go round. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, thanks. So just a few things. First, I want to touch base on the utilities increases, and in particular on the electric, but I'm not going to push for a change in that at this time, but we had talked about the prospect of increasing modestly the electricity rate increase this year. I'm concerned that we're on utilities in general going to have very low increases, and then in the coming years have some necessary significant bumps. My experience is that both businesses and residents would rather have a more gradual increase. On the electric side, a lot of our community doesn't appreciate that for residential, we're about 40% below PG&E in our cost, and I would rather make sure that we're doing all the investments necessary for our reliability and resilience. And if we need to increase our reserves at this time for projects that aren't yet ready, my preference would have been to go ahead and have a modest increase there. But either way, I want to make sure that we're being transparent, that having very low increases at this time may mean that we're going to have higher ones in the next few years. I did want to touch base on fire station number 4, and an issue that the mayor and I think others have talked about is whether with the exceptionally low interest rates, we shouldn't be looking at more debt financing, especially for large projects like that one, or coupling sets of projects. So is there a reason that we would necessarily not return the schedule to the time frame that we were talking about and debt finance that project?
Suspect this may be one that perhaps both Director Noze and Eggleston may want to chime in on. I would share that at the time we made the recommendation to defer the project, it was with the understanding that the expense, the major expense for construction, would be hitting about 3 years out, and at recognizing the potential sort of negative confluence of question of how quickly sales tax and hotel tax revenues were returning with the expected state of the CIP. I think that those combination of factors led us to recommend in the interest of fiscal prudence to not undertake the near-term expense of proceeding with the design work. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I would probably argue that I get the design part, although that can be folded in subsequently into the debt, correct?
Well, the issue was more the not letting the design go stale based on the time that might elapse between when the design is completed and when funding is available for construction.
Well, but if we proceeded with a debt finance, it wouldn't go stale.
Correct. Debt finance was not a part of our strategy at the time that the CIP was proposed.
Well, since that is not something that I think we could still elect to adjust in the coming months. I won't attempt to make an adjustment today, but I want to put on the table that I think that's something that we should reconsider and move forward the timeline, take advantage of the low interest rates, and conserve cash in these next couple of years, where we want to be able to proceed on our CIP while we're going through the recovery. Lastly, I just wanted to touch base on the foothills fire protection issues, which are something that I'm very concerned about. And we as a council had requested that we have an opportunity to come back within the budget cycle to look at whether we needed to have any additional expenditures to reduce the risk of fire this coming season. I appreciate the informational report we received from Chief Duker that was very informative on a whole series of short, medium, and long-term measures. And it answered most of my questions, but there were just a few areas that I want to check whether staff needed additional budgetary authorization to do, or whether we could accomplish them without a budgetary change. And there are things like any acceleration in the vegetation removal near the roadways and buildings, which is where Chief Duker has explained that 90% of non-lightning fires occur, removal of highly flammable eucalyptus groves in those areas, replacement of cameras that are strategically located and a potential addition of them, and removal of fire pits during the fire season at Foothills Park, plus whatever other items staff may have. So I think this is an area that I certainly would be willing to increase some expenditures on out of the COVID recovery fund if necessary. But if these kinds of things can be accomplished without that, then all the better. But I want to understand, because I want to make sure we're proceeding with everything we can to reduce that acute fire risk this year for a potential mega fire, and that we're not being penny wise and dollar foolish on those protections. So if staff has any responses on those kinds of measures or any others that are on their list, I'd welcome that.
Sure, I think it'd be appropriate for Ken Duker to respond in the context of the work that is ongoing.
Great, thank you, Mr. City Manager, Honorable Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Byrd, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate that you have thoroughly looked at our informational report. I'll address a couple of the big issues, and then I think other staff may want to also chime in on their respective segments. From a Foothill Fire Management Plan standpoint, so this is the plan that's referenced in that informational report. Most of the treatments that we do are done on an annual or longer period than that treatment schedule. So the good news is that as we enter this fire season, we have done really the bulk of the heavy lifting, if not in the last couple of months, in the last couple of years per the treatment schedule. Vice Mayor Byrd, I know that we do make mention of some of the budgetary cuts in there, both to line item as well as to staffing. That's on page 5 of the report. I'll just add that the small amount that was removed from the Public Works budget is about $54,000, I believe it's listed in there. That is a little bit analogous to the roughly $50,000 per year that we were spending with the Fire Safe Council contract that's also discussed in that report. The good news is that, first of all, as I said, most of the heavy treatments have been done through the Fire Safe Council in years leading up to where we are now. And the roadside treatments are being handled right now by Public Works staff. I should also point out that since we wrote the initial update to the Foothill Fire Management Plan, as you know, the Utilities Department has, through the UAC, has developed the Utilities Wildfire Plan. So there's actually a substantial amount of additional mitigation effort that's being done through Dean Batchelor and his team, in addition to what Public Works, CSD, and those of us in public safety have been doing. The other elements with regard to fire pits and eucalyptus, I'm gonna let Director O'Kane chime in on that. I'll just point out that I did a little bit of research on the Arastradero eucalyptus grove. And it turns out the bulk of those trees are actually on Stanford land. And I believe you and a few of us are gonna be in a discussion with Stanford University and the Stanford Fire Marshal. I believe it's coming up Wednesday. So more to follow on that. I'll let the city manager direct to other staff. Thank you.
certainly invite staff to chime in if you feel you've got something you'd like to contribute to the response.
Sure. Thanks for that, Chief Duker. I don't have much to add on the Arastradero eucalyptus trees. As Ken said, they are on Stanford land, although many of the limbs and debris that falls from the trees does land on city property. So those are currently on the property, and it's on the open space staff's list of tasks to complete. They have to chip those limbs and branches to get them off the property.
If I could add just one more thing to respond to the Vice Mayor's comment. With regard to the alert wildfire cameras, those are actually provided by alertwildfire.org. It's a consortium, somewhat of a nonprofit. So we didn't put in a budgetary request for those. I make mention of the Foothill Fire Early Warning System. That'll be a subsequent budget cycle activity. So what we're doing right now, to be direct in responding to your question, sir, is covered by our existing budget and other resources. So that's some good news there that we didn't have an ask on that topic, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other council members? Councilmember Tanaka.
So just to be clear about Fire Station 4, so staff is basically had recommended to delay it because of budget constraints, but the money that was used for Fire Station 4 has now been reallocated to the Roth building. Is that basically what's happened?
I'm not sure I would draw that direct a connection. To be direct, at the time we proposed the budget, we were dramatically reducing the CIP. Subsequent to that proposal, the council has had additional discussion on cash flow, and as a result has targeted some increased funding, including that for the Roth building. So I think that the sequence is important here. I don't know that it would be fair to draw a direct connection, but is as stated, I suspect.
Well, let me ask in reverse. Could we, let's say we didn't fund Roth building, could we have pulled Fire Station 4 forward?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question if we did not?
Let's say we didn't fund the Roth building. Let's say, could we have moved the money back then to the fire station so that we could have moved that, pulled that in?
I'll let others chime in. I think the answer is yes for the design, but there is not sufficient funds for the construction of the fire station 4.
Yeah, I'd just add, we're currently showing construction of the fire station in fiscal years 24 and 25. And as the city manager said, that was a change that we shifted back by 1 year originally in the proposed budget.
And in fact, to put all the pieces together, this was also in response to the council's desire to identify $2.5 million of savings in the current year CIP, which the award of the design contract for Fire Station 4 was one of those projects. So that was one of the elements of funding that was reduced in order to achieve the savings for the current year.
Okay, so now for the public safety building, we did a COP for that. So we got loan money for that, but we could have done a COP as well instead of the public safety building, done it for the fire station, correct? Or is there a reason that we couldn't do it?
From a process or in concept, no, we could proceed. We could do COPs for the fire station as well. That's really driven by the expectation of revenues. In this case, related to the hotel taxes, but again, ultimately backed by the general fund. So that is still a possibility.
I'm not being clear. So I'm kind of going on the assumption that nothing's free, right? When you say yes to something, you're probably saying no to something else. So the council here had said yes to the public safety building. And what makes me wonder is, does that make it harder for, let's say, this fire station to be built sooner. All things being equal.
Well, it's a self-decision with respect to the public safety building. And again, the choices before the council now include timing on the fire station as well as other capital projects and other expenses.
Okay, so we could have, instead of taking COP out for the public safety building, we could have taken out for, as the Vice Mayor said, for the fire station, and perhaps built the fire station sooner and delayed the public safety building. That's an option we could have done. Maybe we didn't do, but.
Well, directly, no, that was not a possibility because the fire station is not yet designed. The public safety building has been designed over the course of the last several years.
Okay. Okay. The second thing I want to do is, can someone bring up the attachment B, the red line of the compensation plan? Can someone share that? Otherwise, I could try to find it myself.
See if staff knows what they're looking for here. I'm not sure. Okay, so
there it is. Okay, so I guess what I'd like to understand is, so for item 3, which was done graciously by management to kind of help with the budget, who decides that? Is it us council or management decides? Because they're not represented. So we could do this unilaterally, correct?
I think I'll need staff to help with that.
Sure, and I believe Nick Raish is online, who can assist us with this from the HR team. But ultimately, this is not a represented unit. Nick?
Yes, that is accurate. This is an unrepresented employee group. So the proposals to change the management and professional compensation plan just need adoption by council. There is no negotiation or ratification by the employee group in any way.
Okay, so this is what the exec team, right? The city manager's team has put together in terms of what they feel they should do going forward. And I know that while there has been some wage growth, it's mainly happened at the lower end, more at the minimum wage, where people are getting, where there's a lot of recovery money coming in, and so it's harder to hire lower end workers. But at the professional end, I know that there hasn't been much wage growth. So that's a lot of the people in our city. In fact, a lot of people still have pay cuts or still or haven't got an increase from last year when they took pay cuts. And so I know we've been trying to negotiate with our labor unions to not take a wage increase, right? Where we actually are contractually mandated to do so. But I think it's really hard for us to ask our labor unions to do that while we don't ask management to do that. So right now, it looks like we're taking away 103 FTEs, right? Roughly, I think that's what I said, almost 104 FTEs. That's what I saw on the slide. And we're reducing services for our constituents who largely haven't gotten pay increases or their pay restored. And so for item 3, I think we should unstrike that. I think we should just carry it forward. It's been a tough year. We have another down year. We're asking everyone to step up to the plate. And so to me, this is a important step to show that we have some solidarity here, right? With trying to make our residents, our constituents whole, to try to also have our labor unions kind of toe the line. But if we don't ask our management team to do this, then I think it's super hard for us to expect anyone else to do something like this. And right now we're limiting 103, 104 FTEs as employees. And it just seems out of line for us to be restoring this. Does the staff know roughly how much dollars this is equal to?
Specifically, what part, council member?
Number 3, the part that was crossed out, the furlough days, the 13 unpaid furlough days, 104 hours.
Nick?
So if I can do one quick clarification, as item 1 in the document points out, this is a 0% year. So the request or ask that you're referring to that may have been made to labor groups for a 0, that's the same thing that's happening here. We're doing a 0 year for the salaries within this group.
But Nick,
As
I guess
for the
just
13
to be clear, sorry, Nick, just to be clear, I'm not talking about number 1. I get that, but I'm talking about number 3, right? So last year the management took 13 unpaid furlough days, and so this year they're taking none, right? And so in effect they're going to get paid more, and so it's going to cost the city more. And we're asking everyone to kind of step up the plate, right? We're tightening up belts everywhere, and yet we don't ask this of our own management team, and it doesn't seem right. And I know a lot of other working professionals in our city, our taxpayers, our constituents, our ratepayers, who've taken big pay cuts and haven't gone increases. These includes doctors, right? Doctors in our city that serve people during COVID, during a pandemic. And it just seems like a slap in the face to say, oh, it's okay to give this increase on number 3, while everyone else in the city is still hurting. It doesn't make sense. When we're laying off 103 employees, or I guess not really laying off, we're taking away the services that the 103 employees would have or could have provided. It doesn't make sense. I think that I get the cost of living increase, but what we got to look at is how much dollars are going out the door, and dollars going out the door is a lot more for our management team than before, and yet we're supposed to show leadership here, right? We're supposed to show that we are we are trying to do right for our constituents. And so to me, this is under our control. We should not do number 3. It doesn't make sense. We should hold the line, keep it as it was last year. And we should try to at least do that part, because that's so anyways, I don't know how much money this is exactly, but at least it's something that's it's a step in the right direction for our constituents, for our employees in the city. I think
Councilmember Tanaka, your time is up.
Okay, I'll go on one later then. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just have one question regarding libraries. The table of organization showed that there would be restoration of 4 library specialists and 1 librarian as part of library open hour restorations. What's that going to mean for revised library hours, and really just kind of particularly too for neighborhood libraries like College Terrace?
So Director Conth, if you could assist, but at a very high level, Councilmember Stone, what this does is this maintains the service level that was adopted as part of the FY 2021 budget, which is, I believe, 3 days a week of service at College Terrace, Children's, as well as downtown. Director Conth can expand on the actual services. Just one point I'd like to make for the council and the public is these are all vacant positions. So similar to the city manager comments earlier, and I think it was a question from Councilmember Philseth on when we can expect opening, some of this has to do with these restorations, although restored, are vacant, so we don't have the actual live staff to execute the service change. Director Conth?
Thank you, Kylie, and thank you, Councilmember Stone. Yes, Kylie was correct. What we would get ultimately is a restoration of 6 days at Mitchell Park and Rinconada, as well as 3 days each at the Children's, College Terrace, and downtown libraries. But last year, in addition to the cuts, we also had 7 positions that are currently vacant. So those positions need to be filled before we would be able to open all the libraries. It's unfortunate, but and we would love to open the libraries that are closed right now. But at this point, we're just looking into how to make that work as fast as possible.
Fair enough. That makes sense. Yeah, and I think we all share that desire for them to open as fast as possible. And my understanding then, kind of, and maybe this is for you, Director Noze, kind of a lead-in time to be able to get those positions filled. We're looking 3 to 6 months, ballpark?
Say at best.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, not not the answer that we all want, but the
No.
realistic one. So and understandable. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, overall, I just want to really commend and thank the finance committee and staff for all the work that you've done over the last 2 months. And this is really, that must have been incredibly tiring work. But I think where we're ending up right now is far better than where we began. I mean, it looked really bleak in the beginning, and I'm glad to see. I think we've made a lot of smart changes, and so thank you to the finance committee for really sticking in there. And for, I mean, it just amazes me when I'm reading these staff reports, everything that staff has been doing and the analysis that you've been performing. It really is incredible. So thank you everybody for all that work, and for the community for your just tireless advocacy, especially on some of the areas that we're restoring some of the critical community services. I think the funding that we're seeing being restored to various teen programs, and as well as being able to boost funding for CDBG and his rep are all areas that I think that the community desperately needs and wants, and they've made it so clear. So I'm really it's not the perfect budget, of course, but I think where we're at right now is really just a testament to a lot of hard work that people put in, and a lot of strong advocacy from community members and special interest groups, as well as council members, and again for all the staff work that really brought this all together. So I'll be happy to support this motion tonight, or support the budget tonight.
Yeah, I'll jump in, and I also want to thank staff for all the work on this budget. And really, again, it's been a rapidly changing economic environment, and the finance committee. This is a tough year to do a budget. Really appreciate all the meetings and kind of iterations that we've gone through. I have to admit, I lost track at one point. Is the neighborhood block grant program funded in this budget or not? You're on mute.
I'm actually thinking. Oh, thank you, Director O'Kane.
Sure. Mayor Du Bois, this is Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. The neighborhood block grant has not been restored. It was traditionally $25,000. 1 year it was increased to $50,000, and then went back down to $25,000, but it was eliminated and has not been restored.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to say, if we can find $25,000, I would like to restore that. I think community building is really important. I think it really helps us connect with our neighbors. It addresses a lot of these issues we've been talking about this last year in terms of inclusion, empathy for others, and some of the fundamental issues behind systemic racism. And again, I just see it as really important. And it's $25,000. So I just want to put that out there. I also want to say I really appreciate the proposal for the management professional personnel. Basically over last year and this year, each employment group has taken major cuts, and except for SEIU at this point. And I do hope SEIU will consider it, because they got a raise last year while we were really making a lot of cuts in the midst of the crisis. I do have a question. I mean, the way you explained the vacation accrual made sense. I wonder if you could put that text back up on the screen. If I understood what you were saying was, we gave extra hours of accrual last year, and instead of having that end this year, we wanted to make it end a year later. But when I look at these red lines, it looks like it says there's an additional 80 hours for this year. So I just, that was when I heard you guys explain, which sounds like 160 hours from. Can I just kind of verify what the intent was?
So I can speak to that, council member. The 80 hours was not a change in the rate of accrual. It was a change in how much of your own accrual you could keep. So we had employees, as Director Noze was explaining earlier, who would have hit the maximum during the shelter in place orders and during the time when the world was dealing with this global pandemic.
Right.
So instead of them losing out on their regular rate of accrual, we increased that cap by 80 hours. This language here only continues that one-time increase.
So I just want to confirm that, because if I read that in FY21, we authorized an increase for 80 hours, and now we're in FY22, we're authorizing another increase for another 80 hours, which I don't think that's what you're saying.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. We are not giving them a 160. We are giving them the same 80-hour extension from last year is continuing into this year in order to allow time to take that leave.
Yeah, so if you look at the wording there on number 5, I don't think that's correct. I think it should say, I think you should get rid of the first red line and just say for FY21 and 22, maybe there's an increase of 80. I think the important change is the going back to the normal level in FY23. I think that's really the change this year, right? So could staff look at that? Because again, when you read that, it looks like it's an additional 80. Does that make sense?
Understand what you're saying, and that is the intent. So we'll take a look at the wording.
Yeah, again, I think that wording needs to change a little bit. I want to echo the concerns about utilities. I'm really concerned about FY23-24. It looks like we're going to be doing 15% plus increases each year. So I just wanted to echo the comments of Vice Mayor Burt. I thought council was pretty clear that we would have supported a small increase in electric this year. And I know you guys look at smoothing of rates. And again, I'm not going to force a change tonight, but I am concerned about those future changes. I don't know if anybody wants to make a comment on why you came back with the recommendation that you did.
Well, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. I was trying to find my arrow. Mayor Du Bois. So as Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor Burt raised this in the finance, that a 1% increase equals about a $1.3 million increase from a budgeting. It does increase the, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, residential rates. For every $100, it's about a $3 or $2 increase to their bill, and anywhere from a $3 to $6 to our industry customers for every 1% that was increased. The question that came up was, if we raise these rates, were we going to be able to use these dollars to look at some of hardening of the systems? Were we going to be able to spend this money, look at new design for system improvements? And as I explained, and I think it's no news to the council, we have quite a few openings in utilities. A lot of them are in the engineering and operations group. And so what we would end up doing is that we would just have to put those dollars into the reserves for right now. We can't take on any new additional CIP this year. And that we thought that that $1.3 million just going back into the reserves was really not going to be able to smooth the rates overall for the next couple of years.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand why not, but I'll take your explanation. And I know I'm out of time. I just want to wrap up. I have two questions that are kind of related, and I'll be done. I think we also talked a lot about the Rinconada Park capital improvement plan. And I think many council members said that perhaps we could do part of that project and save some of the money. If I'm right, it looks like that's still 100% funded. Is that correct? It is.
Yes, the project, and Director Eggleston can elaborate on this, is still funded just through alternative funding sources.
Okay. And then if last question, if you could look at the top of packet of page 8, there's discussion about the JMZ funding. And I've read the paragraph several times, and I don't understand what the point is trying to be made. It's talking about all the changes. It says the combined impact results in a net general fund impact of approximately 1.3 million, a 275K reduction from scenario 5. And it goes on. I don't know if you can look at that paragraph and just translate that for me. if I understand, we're actually increasing the JMZ budget 1.3 million from where it was. Is that correct? Do you guys see the text I'm referring to?
What attachment are you looking at, Mayor Du Bois? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the main part of the staff report, just the budget summary. Yeah, right at the top of page 8. That's it right there. That, especially the second half of that first paragraph.
What this one is doing is basically, and staff, Christine and team, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but this is that final reconciliation of staff looking at all the adjustments to bring JMZ online and bring it online assuming a $10 ticket price. So we had a placeholder as we were moving through the budget process of about a $914,000 cost, but net revenues and expenses. And all this is trying to do is crosswalk, probably for the budget team, frankly, the different machinations of when they reconciled that number and looked at what's the revenue estimate at $10 versus what was carried in the proposed budget, adjusting for an October implementation date, since this first year is, they're not expected to open until October. These are the technical transactions that have moved through. The other additional aspect of this is, in addition to the fee that was changed from $18 to $10, the council took action to not cut the marketing funding as much. So originally the marketing funding was $200,000. Staff, as part of the proposed, recommended $100,000, so a 50% reduction, and council decided that they wished to do about 25% reduction. So that's where we get that 200, 100, back up 50.
So can I play that back to you? So
yeah.
Taking all those changes, it's going to have overall expense of 1.3 million to the general fund. And with the ticket change and marketing change, net of revenue, the cost is going to go from 0.91 million to 950,000. So it goes up a little bit by lowering the ticket price overall. Is that the conclusion here?
Yes, but I believe, ultimately, yes. Your ultimate conclusion is right, that the general fund impact is about 1.3 million.
Well, that 0.95 million, is that the net of revenue?
No, that's the net cost. So we're adjusting on the revenue side and on the expense side. And again, Christine, correct me if I'm getting this incorrect. There's a revenue side impact as we reduce the revenue estimate. There's a cost side impact as we are adjusting allocated charges, marketing costs, etc. And so ultimately, when you net that revenue and expense, it's 1.3. To your point, what was it if we were originally at the $18 fee? I want to say the net general fund impact back when we were considering an $18 fee was about 600,000, meaning it was a general fund subsidy of about 600,000 for the operations. This reflects a $1.3 million
impact. Okay. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that. I was really trying to understand the wording of that paragraph, but
sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And Mayor Du Bois, if I might, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works, you had raised the issue about the scope for the Rinconada Park Improvements project. And I just wanted to back up a little. There were discussions we had with the council over the last months, including with the lead up to the $2.5 million reduction on the CIP. Ultimately, as staff went through and developed those recommendations, to not move forward with essentially the full scope, we would only be fixing pathways, and we would not have been replacing the playgrounds that are at the end of their useful life. So the recommendation that did come to council ultimately was proceeding with the full Rinconada project, as well as the Ramos and Cameron Park projects. So that's what we have been working toward. And actually, just so everyone's aware, the Rinconada Park project was bid. Bids came in within budget, and that's up on council's consent calendar for tomorrow evening.
Thank you for that. So before we start a second round, is there any council members that haven't spoken that would like to? We heard from everybody, but Councilmember Felseth and Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Koo.
Just clarifying, there's the airport apron reconstruction and airport facilities electrical improvements. Those are still reimbursed by the FAA, right? But it's on this chart because it's money coming out of our general fund, and then it'll be reimbursed in there, or?
Are you talking about the exhibit?
No, it's under airport funds in attachment A, exhibit B. I'm sorry, I don't have a page number.
No, that's perfect. So that actually, attachment A, I think it's exhibit 2 or 3.
3.
Are all funds.
All
so
funds.
yeah, those attachments are not just the general fund. So there are subheaders that identify which fund each of the transactions are being taken in.
Okay. But my main question would be just to make sure that we are reimbursed, but it'll come out of that fund first and then it gets reimbursed.
Brad?
I don't have the attachment in front of me, council member, but I can speak to the airfield, the apron project. Actually, the final phase of that project is being 100% funded by the FAA for the eligible expenses. And the electrical improvements, that's a future project, but the thought there is we would anticipate getting most likely the typical 90% reimbursement that we've received from the FAA.
Okay, and it just has to be listed in this chart, right?
Well, these are the budget adjustments, so yes.
Okay.
And the chart specifically that you were looking at does designate that these adjustments are happening in the airport fund.
Okay, and one more question. So there's also the new downtown parking garage, and there is adjustments there. And I was just wondering, why is there still money in there? Is that the parking lot that is across from the post office?
So do you have the project number, council member? I believe.
It's PE 15007.
Yes, so that new downtown parking garage is still funded in the CIP, specifically associated with the impact fees. And so we as staff need to work with the council on how to morph that project since we had placed it on pause, but the impact fees are still dedicated towards additional new parking being constructed in the downtown core. And so that's why that project continues to live on as we reshape with the council and identify the clearer path, new path forward.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Felseth, I don't see your hand up, so we'll start a second round. Are you putting it up? No. All right.
No comment at this time.
Councilmember Cormack.
I think like Councilmember Felseth, I'll reserve my overall comments for when we get to the motion. So just 2 areas I'd like to touch on. The mayor said something that that was not my understanding. So if we go back and look at the 3 largest labor groups, so that would be our Service Employees International, and then our large public safety unions, not the ones that include the managers, and then our unrepresented. So am I right that those 3 comprise most of the employees in the city? Yes, thank you, Mr. Raish, for nodding. What I recall is that only the management and professional took a cut. I recall public safety was 0, both fire and police last year in terms of increases, and that SEIU had their scheduled increase in December. Is that correct?
I would just add one caveat, which is public safety groups last year had a 3% they could have taken under their contract terms, and they in advance came to the city and offered to defer that for 1 year. So while yes, they took a 0 and didn't go negative, they did defer an increase that was due to them. whereas your accurate management was the only group that took a negative 5% in the form of the 13 furlough days.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, my first job was with the federal budget, and a cut was not getting the increase that you thought you were going to get. But if you just look at like year over year, right, I just want to be sure that we recognize the people whose income, whose salaries went down. And then let me see if I understand what we're doing this year in those three. SEIU, where are we with that? Because that's partway through the year, right?
So
let me tell you from a budget perspective, and then Nick can tell you where we're at from a negotiating perspective. From a budget perspective, since the contract ends and there's no successor agreement, the budget assumes 0. So once the contract ends, it's from a financial perspective, assumes no changes in wages or compensation. From a negotiation perspective, Nick?
From a negotiation perspective, the stances and positions that we as leadership in the city council take will establish the parameters for this year's negotiations. So we will be starting negotiations with SEIU coming up here in August when council comes back, and we will have several closed sessions scheduled shortly after council returns to discuss our overall labor strategy and discussions for that upon your return.
Okay, so they got an increase last year, and we are assuming 0 this year in the budget. Okay. And then we go to public safety, who did not get an increase last year, and they proactively offer that, and they are getting their increase this year. Okay, so those all seem to even out. But it does feel to me like our professional team, who was unrepresented, took a cut last year and is getting 0 this year. So am I right that it's the $432,000 that is the amount that is being given back to the budget stabilization reserve in lieu of our professional staff getting an increase?
Yes.
Okay, well, that wasn't, I raised that because I want my colleagues, one of whom has already touched on this subject, to think about, frankly, equity as we look at our different labor groups. All right, and so with my remaining 1 minute and 21 seconds, electric hydro adjuster rate. Okay, I think I have a general understanding of this. How often have we used this, and about how much is the change in the rate if this gets triggered?
So this is Eric Keniston, Senior Resource Planner. We have actually, since we put the mechanism into place July 1st, 2018, we've never activated it.
Okay.
So that's a good news. If we were going to activate it, it would be on the order. Well, there's actually 2 different levels at which we could turn it on. If we ended up using reserves and bringing it down below target level, and hydro generation was poor, it would add 0.0065 cents per kilowatt hour to the bills. If hydro generation was really low, more than 1 standard deviation below, then it would add 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour.
And so, Councilmember, that translates into a 4 to 5% increase for the lower level, and a 8 to 9% increase for the upper level, and that's a temporary 1-year increase.
Okay. All right. And then remind me, in the event that we don't have enough hydro, where is it that we're getting the electricity from?
So we're part of a large statewide electric system, and all of the power resources are pooled. And when hydro is low, we end up having to buy more power from the market.
And it might not be, quote, clean energy, unquote.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do want to say we have a very full agenda tonight, so we are at the time for motions in this round. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, first I'd just like to frame at the high level. We have our COVID recovery fund in the budget, but then we we had an estimate of additional revenue coming in during the Finance Committee meetings of between 2.0 and 3.5 million above the original budget. We used 2.0, the very bottom of that range. Since then, staff has come back and said that it's likely that we're either going to be at the upper end of that range or perhaps above that range. And so really what we're looking at right now is in all likelihood a budget that's 1.5 million stronger that would go back into the budget stabilization reserve if it came in those numbers, as I understand it. So when we go into any final discussions, I just wanted to make sure that folks understood that even what was conservative for this year's budget, when we first looked at those numbers, the numbers have gotten a bit stronger since then. We still have challenges ahead in the ensuing years. We are not projecting to restore the cuts that fully that were made last year, even in the coming few years, without a stronger recovery than we're projecting and/or help from a business tax or another source. So that's kind of the high level. Other than that, we don't have those changes. We have a structural deficit in the coming years without full restoration of the cut services. So this year is stronger than we addressed in the budget, and we still have significant medium term challenges ahead of us. Having said that, we do have the COVID recovery fund. The mayor talked about this small amount of $25,000 that we didn't restore to the neighbor to neighbor mini grant program. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the exact title. And I think that that's something that we should do as the community is coming back out of this hibernation period. Encouraging them to go back out and be able to engage with their neighbors is a really healthy thing for the community and a really valuable thing. And we don't want people to come out and have less community than they did going in. And so I'd like to move the staff recommendations on the two different budget items of we listed as items number 22 and 23 on the action item, and that full verbiage that goes along with that, with the following amendments. One is to add 25,000 back in is it called the neighbor to neighbor grant program? I'm sorry, what's the correct name?
Know Your Neighbors.
Know Your Neighbors.
Okay. Know Your Neighbor grant program. And that would come out of the COVID economic recovery bucket. And Ms. Jose, did I frame that wrong?
No, and I think you framed it correctly, and I will work with the clerk on the specific language because we will need to amend the ordinance.
Thank you. And then second, to direct staff to evaluate in the coming months debt finance for Fire Station 4, along with moving forward the construction date as a result. And I'll be open to any other recommendations from colleagues if we have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I think I've spoken enough, and we'll wait to hear my colleagues.
Yes, again, I know it's easy to say it's 25,000 here, 25,000 there. I do think this Know Your Neighbor program is something we should restore. I hope that's supported. And I also support just this idea of having staff evaluate this debt financing. I do think, interest rates are historically low. I think this is really just a referral back to staff to come back and tell us if it can work or not. So I'd support both these changes. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Councilmember Cormack?
I won't be supporting the motion tonight, which I'm sure is no surprise, but I thought there was a very insightful comment from a member of the public this evening, and I'll quote it. "There is something wrong with the way we are fiscally set up," unquote. There is actually, we've been relying for years on visitors who shop at this shopping center and stay at our hotels to pay for the things that we care about and appreciate and want to rebuild. So I feel that, you know, what the majority is going to do today is based on hope, and it doesn't match, you know, my value for fiscal sustainability, because it sets up a multi-million-dollar disconnect for us, you know, 1 year from now, 12 years from now. I do just want to make sure that people understand many of the service restorations included here were doable, and I supported them. My no vote is not about those.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. I appreciate the addition from the motioner and the maker on adding on evaluating the debt finance for fire station. I concur with the Vice Mayor's arguments on that, and I really appreciate the addition of the $25,000 back into the Know Your Neighbor grant. I agree. Coming out of as we start to emerge out of the pandemic and shelter in place and the reopening of the economy and neighbors being able to come outside and be able to see each other again, I think it's gonna be really important to make sure that the city is providing resources and assistance and being able to help our neighborhood associations and other block groups to be able to meet and socialize. And I agree, you know, $25,000 here or there is not a good way to look at it, but this is I think this is a really critical need that the city's able to meet, and for a pretty good price. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
I'll be supporting the motion, but I also wanted just to say thank you to staff for all the work that they put in preparing this budget, and also taking all of our comments into consideration, given this year coming out of COVID is going to be looking back at making sure we do restore some of the services back. So thank you so much to all of you.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I can't be supporting this either. I think, first of all, back to the furlough, I don't see our management group as yet another labor group. They are leaders of our city. They set the tone, the pace. You know, as a business owner, I pay myself last. So last year, my business fell off the map, and I paid myself last. So I got paid very, very little. And I think that's kind of the ethos that we should have in our organization. And so we are still having a really tough year. 103, 104 full-time equivalents is nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot of services that aren't going to be provided. And so I think we just have to think about that, right? And so I would prefer to see management set the pace again with the furlough to show that there's actually no dollar increase from last year. And, you know, I actually think Fire Station 4 is actually really important. You know, we had a really crazy, and we all saw the red skies last year. And so fire is a big deal, right? Especially all the global warming. So I think that's important. But, you know, I think we have to realize that there are choices we make, right? When we say yes to public safety building, and I don't agree with the argument about, well, it wasn't designed to take a loan out. You could take a loan out and just not spend it. So I think we could move forward on Fire Station 4, but we chose to use our dollars for the public safety building, which I think is a mistake. Not that we don't need one, but I think the fire station comes first. We don't need to have a new police headquarters. I mean, that's nice to have, but it's not essential. Likewise, while I think it is important to have a history museum, the question is it now, right? Do we have to do it now, or can we do it later? And prioritize things that are more important, like, you know, what about the Palo Alto Crosstown shuttle? What about all the utility rates we're doing and we're contemplating? What about the lower fees for the JMZ? So, you know, we get closer to free versus $10, or maybe lower rates for the residents at least. The block grants, I used to be president of my neighbor association, so I totally understand the importance of that. But, you know, the thing you have to realize is right now construction is at an all-time high. I mean, I'm not sure if any of you guys have been to Home Depot lately, but I went there for like a 2x4. It's like $8 for 2x4. It's usually like $2. I mean, it's crazy, right? So that's something for us to think about. Maybe interest rates are low, but certainly a lot of commodity and building prices are not. And certainly, I've been trying to get someone to repave my driveway. Not cheap, right? Prices are not cheap right now for construction. It's really hard to get labor. So I just worry about our fiscal sustainability. I worry that we are stealing from the future to make it look better for today. And I think that's a mistake. I think we have to make hard choices. We have to prioritize. We have to know what's first, what's important. And so, like, for instance, is a history museum more important than maybe the Crosstown shuttle that our middle school kids or our kids use to take to school? I don't know. I mean, I think our kids are pretty important. And so I just think the prioritization here isn't right. We have choices and we're here to make hard choices, but we're not. We're saying we're going to do it all. But what we're doing is we are stealing from the future. That's really what's happening. And it makes me worried about what are we going to do next year and the year after, and what are we going to have to cut? I mean, I hope, for one, that things come roaring back, that we have our city doubles during the day again, like we used to, right? And we have all these workers pouring into our city who shop and dine and stay in our hotels. I really hope that's what happens, but it's not what's happening so far, right? I mean, I've asked people a lot. My most favorite question is, are you guys going to continue to work remotely, right? And most answers, at least hybrid. A lot of people are just going to go full remote. Some people are going to do hybrid, but very few. I don't know of any. They're saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to go back in office full time all the time." I don't know anyone saying that. So the expectation that our revenue is going to come bouncing back, I don't know if it's realistic. I think it's hopeful. I really hope that happens, but it's not looking that's the direction. And so I wonder, what are we doing here, right? As stewards of the city, I wonder, what are we doing here by not making the hard choices? And I don't think taking from the future is the right way of doing it. So I'm not going to be supporting this either.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
No.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay, that passed on a 4-3 vote with Councilmembers Cormack, Filsa, and Tanaka voting no. I'm going to suggest we get through our next item and take a break after that. So if staff can go ahead. The next item, 24, is a 7-year license with 2 5-year extensions for a rental agreement between the city and Tesla for charging stations at the Bryant Street garage.
Let's see, we have staff shifting positions here to jump in.
Sunny is here.
All right.
So I think he's just pulling up the PowerPoint. I think Ed'll start off.
Very good. All right, why don't we go ahead and jump to the next slide. Yeah, switch to that presentation view. No pressure, Sunny. All right. Why don't I just kick off this overview by staff by providing a bit of context. It is a somewhat unusual proposal that we have in front of the council here this evening, and really falls under the broad heading of a public-private partnership. The proposal that we have before the council this evening does reflect a number of interests that are shared, both between the city of Palo Alto as well as one of our local companies, Tesla. And just to give a quick rundown on the basis for the project as it's envisioned. One is noting our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan goals, or SCAP as it's known very well here, does depend very heavily on a dramatic increase in the availability and market share of electric vehicles. Estimated in some of the ongoing staff work to require more than a 7-fold increase in the share of the rolling fleet, so to speak, vehicles in town that are electric powered, from about 7% today to about 50% by the year 2030. One of the key strategies or tools that we've recognized is needed to support this growth is to support a variety of uses, including users that would include multifamily and rental residents, of which there is a significant number in the downtown area, as well as the availability of charging, electric vehicle charging in conveniently located public facilities. And the third is as an amenity in support of our local economic recovery for customers that would support, in this particular case, downtown retail and service businesses, and specifically their customers. So on the basis of these ingredients, the staff has been working in conversation initially, and now provided some more specific terms for the council for consideration of a license agreement for use of a number of spaces in the Bryant Street garage for electric vehicle charging, and actually the supercharger level charging, which is a high capacity, low duration charging for this type of facility. Also have in front of the council this evening a framework for considering future what we've referred to as unsolicited proposals for use of city property. So with that, let me ask Sunny Tong, our manager of real estate, to walk through the particulars.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Sunny Tong with the city's real estate division. And this slide right here shows the basic terms of the license agreement. So the initial term of the agreement is for 7 years, and it automatically extends for 2 additional 5-year terms for a potential total of 17 years. However, either party may terminate the agreement after the initial 7-year term with 9 days notice. The monthly rent throughout the term is $2,100 a month, and Tesla will be responsible for arranging and paying utilities. Tesla is also responsible for maintaining the supercharger station and the premises, subject to the city's normal responsibility to maintain the common areas of the garage, which will also apply to the pay portion of the premises. The supercharger station will be built out with 19 non-exclusive parking stalls that can be used also for general parking. So this slide is a satellite view of the Bryant Linton garage. And for orientation purposes, City Hall is located approximately 2 blocks south of the Bryant Linton garage if Bryant Street traverses in a north-south direction, similar to El Camino Real and Highway 101. So the premises consist of approximately 200 to 400 square feet of space of exterior of the first floor of the garage for equipment, and that's outlined in the yellow outlined area. And it also consists of 21 existing parking spaces located on the 3rd floor of the Bryant Linton garage, which is the floor below the area outlined in red in this satellite view. The city will also upgrade the transformer located adjacent to the Florence Street entrance, which is outlined in the area in green. And the city will be doing that using low carbon fuel standard funds, also known as LCFS funds, up to a maximum amount of $200,000. Go on to the next slide. This shows the 21 existing parking spaces located on the 3rd floor of the Bryant Linton garage, directly below the area outlined in red in the previous slide. So the 21 existing stalls will be converted to 19 supercharger stalls. The supercharger stalls are wider than the existing stalls, resulting in a loss of 2 parking spaces due to adjusted striping. But again, all stalls will continue to be available for general parking in addition to Tesla charging. So in addition to the license agreement, as the city manager mentioned, the staff has drafted a framework for response to unsolicited proposals for use of city property. And this is intended to ensure public transparency in a timely manner appropriate to public discussion. So the 7-step procedures in the draft framework outline the procedures for handling of unsolicited proposals. Staff plans to use this framework to update and modernize an existing policy regarding the leasing of city property, last updated in October 2006. And staff welcomes any council feedback on the framework. This slide is just a recommendation section of the staff report. To sum it up, staff recommends that the City Council, one, approve and authorize the city manager to sign the license agreement presented before you this evening, and two, delegate authority to the city manager to execute any documents necessary to administer the agreement, and three, provide any feedback and direction to staff regarding the draft framework to respond to unsolicited proposal. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public, see if there's any public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the Tesla agreement, please raise your hand at this time. Jonathan Ehrman, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Jonathan, you need to unmute again.
Thought I hit that. Sorry. I think
There
I'm
you go.
unmuted now. As I said before, I just think it's curious that the city is ready to jump into a 7-year agreement with Tesla with 2 5-year extensions already built in. And yet, you know, in dealing with community groups like the Coverly lease and Lucy Stern, the city oftentimes those groups even work without agreements. You know, the Coverly would have had a lease for 5 years. It was almost signed, I think, you know, over a year and a half before the pandemic. But it didn't, because the city keeps dragging its feet on these things. And then the city uses that option. So it's curious, you know, I mean, Tesla, here's a company that flouted rules in the pandemic, and they get rewarded. And, you know, the city can't even deal, give priority to, you know, groups that have been working in the city for years. You know, Theater Works, which uses Lucy Stern, is a, Tony Award winning theater company. And you can't even come up with agreements for community groups for, more than a year without other things, without already built-in extensions. Yet this has, this is, set for 15 years. So I think it's curious, and sometimes I just don't understand what the priorities are. Just because Tesla has money, it's really something that needs to be thought about, because it would seem to be that that you would want to deal honorably with the city groups first and give them priorities. And yet here you are jumping at the chance to, for Tesla, because they're going to give you money. And public-private partnership. Well, those also work. That's the reason we have theaters in Palo Alto, is because Lucy Stern, built them and gave them to the city, or the outdoor stage was built and given to the city. No shareholders got rich off of those. So it's something that needs to be thought about. You need to, take the mirror and twist it and look at it from a different perspective, and see how frustrating it is to some members of our community.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mayor Du Bois, there's no other speakers.
Okay, let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah. So I want to thank staff for refining this proposal in a number of important ways. First, that there's a termination notice that is after the initial term, that is for us to be able to back out with a 90-day notification. Importantly, that these are not exclusive stalls. So Tesla isn't buying these stalls, they're buying the right to put a charger on a stall that other people can use without a Tesla vehicle. Is that correct understanding? I see the city manager nodding his head yes.
That's correct. Give you an affirmative verbal there. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks. And so I think that's important. And then also it reflects a transformation in how we are beginning to treat, and I hope this will be the case going forward more broadly, electric vehicle charging. They're not at the prime locations. Like up until now, as we've been in the early stages of electric vehicle adoption, we've put the charging stations at the most desirable locations, and often we'll see them go unutilized at the most important parking spots. And that was important to encourage early adoption. I think we should have begun this kind of change a couple of years ago, and I'm glad to see it now starting to occur here. And I think that's important for us to look at going forward. And then I do appreciate this additional framework for unsolicited proposals for public use of public lands, because we really didn't have a policy framework in the past. And this increases the transparency over how we would approach these kinds of proposals. There'll still be a certain amount of uniqueness to each one, and that's understandable, but we've now got a new framework. There is one thing that I'll want to be adding. In fact, what I'll go ahead and do to expedite things is I will move approval of the staff recommendation with one small change under procedures, procedure number 5, where it says if the proposed terms are outside the city manager's authority, and the additional language I would add, or if the proposal raises policy issues. Or I should say, let me correct that, a policy issue. Then I'll speak to that if there's a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. So just the reason for that, there could be times where it's technically a proposal comes forward that's of significant policy consideration to the community, but that under the city manager's authority under the charter, he could have the right to have a contract go forward without council discussion of policy implications. But I think this is an important thing to just add there. It still is worded in a way that requires a subjective decision, but I think it puts a framework on what the intention is. If it doesn't raise any significant policy issues, it doesn't need to come to the council. If it does, it perhaps should. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone, speak to your second.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't add to the vice mayor's reasoning on his addition to C. I concur with his reasoning. I think that's a prudent idea. And then for the rest of the proposal, I'm in favor of the proposal, mostly for the reasons that staff outlined in the staff report and what the city manager said as well in his report. I think if we're going to meet our ambitious 80 by 30 goals, we're going to have to really rely. I mean, our SCAP plan heavily relies on the increased adoption of electric vehicles in the city. And one of the big barriers in a way of that goal is going to be EV adoption for many renters like myself who don't have electric charging capabilities at their apartment complex. So this has been a personal issue for me in deciding to purchase an electric vehicle, mostly because I don't have the capability to charge it up. And I know many fellow renters who have had to make the same decision where they would prefer to purchase an electric vehicle, but are concerned about not having adequate charging stations near them. And this particular central public location for renters to be able to charge near their homes, I think is going to be a really great incentive for those residents to be able to purchase electric vehicles. In addition to just having the location downtown just makes sense. If we're really working to revitalize our downtown businesses and encourage people to come shop, eat, and play, having ample electric vehicle charging stations really going to be a great incentive to keep people enjoying our downtown area. I do know many people who own electric vehicles who will kind of choose their shopping preferences and locations based on ease of electric vehicle charging stations. And so I think this is a great way to be able to incentivize this. Vice Mayor talked, spoke just, right on about the idea of the fact that this is not that Tesla is, that these spots are going to be for anyone. While I'm in this, one quick clarifying question. It's not just for, my understanding, these spots still wouldn't just be though for electric vehicles. Any car could theoretically park in those spots, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're still, I think perhaps working out the signage wording itself with Tesla to indicate a preference and basically a non-regulatory request that it be available for charging vehicles, but again, it would be non-regulatory.
Yeah, because I saw, I mean, I did see the Exhibit B that shows Tesla's general signage, and it said like Tesla supercharger general parking. Yeah, and that was going to be one of my questions to see if there's plans to make additional signage to just make that clear that parking is not exclusive for Tesla drivers or even electric cars. Because I do think, yeah, if I personally read a sign like that, I probably wouldn't take the chance of not parking my Tesla vehicle there. I don't think it's clear enough. So if we could do that, I think that would be really helpful. So those are the reasons why I'll be supporting this motion. I do have a couple of other questions that I can do when we go around.
Councilmember Cormier.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'll be supporting the main motion. I don't think C and D are quite where they need to be yet. I'll come back to that in a moment. And some other language that's been used in that subject. This is a bet on one manufacturer in some respects. I mean, so we're talking about electric vehicles, but other electric vehicles cannot park there, just Teslas. So just want to be sure everyone's clear on that. But given the current, installed base of Teslas in Palo Alto, I just want to point out that that's a bit of a bet we're making. I'm comfortable making it. And obviously this is, if we go back to the SCAP, there's the two big things. There's the cars and the buildings, and it's a lot easier to convert the cars than it is to convert the buildings. They're just on a faster cycle. And one of the real things that's been struggle for us is figuring out how to get fewer gas cars coming into Palo Alto. And this is part of what will do that. And I think it's a nice touch that this will help downtown and people coming to visit. I think it will make it a more attractive destination for those people that Councilmember Stone was mentioning. Yes. And then Exhibit B, absolutely. I'm glad we've talked about it. That sign, in whatever non-regulatory way we can fix, is not sufficient to indicate that anyone is allowed to park there. And maybe it's not that sign, maybe it's a sign at the entrance to that section that just is sort of like, hey, anybody can park here. And by the way, charging is available. Okay, so C and D, I guess, do we still need C, Maker?
Well, I think that was maybe part of the staff recommendation. I did not add it.
I think you meant for D to be a subpoint on C, like C(a).
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just a general reminder that, we have moved to more inclusive language with the city manager. So city managers can be men or women, or they can be non-binary. So I just throw that out because we had this discussion at the summit last week. And I have on multiple occasions, and staff has been great about updating the standard language they use for the city manager in the report. So I just want to acknowledge that.
It says city manager. I mean,
it's not a reference to what's printed there. It's a reference to just how we speak. So
since this has been such a point of conversation with staff, I appreciate Councilmember McCormack raising it. You'll notice under A, it says authorize the city manager or their designee. That is the gender neutral addition we've now made. You should see it everywhere.
And we discussed that at Summit. I just wanted to say thank you and encourage everyone to start using the more inclusive language. I guess I don't quite understand 5A. Does the city manager think that wouldn't anything be a policy issue? It just seems to me like with this addition, the city manager won't be able to make the decisions. They'll all come to council. Is that how you would interpret it, or is there some nuance I'm missing?
Well, not having a specific situation in mind, there could be situations where there is clearly not a policy issue, and so I would take the addition as the vice mayor described it, requiring a judgment call. But again, if there are some de minimis, basically routine compliance components, then we would be able to continue charging forward.
Okay, great. Well, with that, then I look forward to supporting it.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, how do you come up with the monthly rent charge for those spaces?
That's Mr. Tong to respond on that.
Councilmember Ku, it was actually offered by Tesla themselves. So it's a number that was just thrown out by Tesla, and it comes out to $100 a parking spot that the city is giving up for them to construct the supercharging station.
Okay. My understanding was when we started building the California Avenue garage, each of those spaces was more than $100. So there's that point. And then the other point is, this is 7 years for the first term and then optional of 5 years after. And I was looking at all the lease agreements that the city that has been in the consent calendar today, and all of them have a raise in the second or third year. And so I was just wondering why we didn't add that into it too, or consider or negotiate on that as well.
If I could add, I think in this particular case, notable the distinction between a lease and a license agreement, and much of the council's discussion to this point reflecting that it's not exclusive to Tesla vehicles. It is true, as Councilmember Cormack pointed out, that currently the Tesla charging technology is exclusive to Tesla vehicles. So you can only charge with a Tesla vehicle. But that said, the parking will be available to non-Tesla vehicles. So it's not as though the parking were no longer available to other members of the public. So that's
Okay.
the distinction that we were really focused on.
Okay, thank you for that. But on the second floor, there is the charge point for other cars to use and to charge, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
That's good. So there was a list of project scope work that was listed on packet page 356 and 357. And are most of those going to be the city that is going to be doing all the work, like upgrade the utility transformer, install one precast transformer pad, install one switchgear assembly, and then it goes on and on and on?
Go ahead.
No, I say, so all of that listed there is going to come up to about 200K?
So the city would be responsible for upgrading the transformer, and a rough estimate is about $150,000 to $200,000. So it's expected to be below $200,000. And the rest of the work is expected to be done by Tesla.
Oh, so all the demo, resurface curb, restripe the parking stalls and the signage, conductors, all of that is going to be Tesla that's going to be doing it.
Right.
Okay. And I did have a question on number 5 also for the framework, but I think the motion has taken care of that. So I will be also supporting the motion. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and jump in. So I do think we need to invest in our charging infrastructure, and I do think there's a benefit here to bring shoppers downtown and they can charge while they're shopping. There are Tesla spots at the Stanford Mall. In a lot of ways, we hear our retailers talking about, competing with the mall. So I have the same question about how the price was determined, and also kind of why doesn't it escalate over the length of the lease? Again, I'm okay, I think, with this one, but when we get to our policies, it doesn't really talk about pricing, but I would suggest that we should be value-based pricing, not what somebody offers, and that for a rental agreement, especially one of this length, there should be some kind of escalation over time.
Mhm.
So if I understand, we're allowing general parking because of the way the garage was funded. Is that correct?
So I'll step in here a little bit. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director. That is a piece of it, yes. So the garage, if the council recalls, was debt financed, which requires a level of public use and limits private use. And so one critical component of that is ensuring that the spaces are open to all. The other aspect of that is with the lower, we're not charging, or this license agreement doesn't establish a price essentially for the full stall. It's really just the price of the physical location of the charger itself, with that stall being open for all. And so we're limiting that kind of core equipment component that the license is specifically related to.
And are the charge point network spots also non-exclusive, or are those exclusive for EVs?
I believe they're EV specific.
Right, and those are city operated.
Correct.
So it's really the business model of the company operating the charging network that makes the difference here. Like if Tesla had sold their chargers and the city owned them, they could have been exclusive then. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it might have changed some of the city interests in this case. Again, recognizing the non-exclusivity was important from the city's perspective to not lock us in to dedicating these spaces to charging of Tesla vehicles. By making it non-exclusive, we avoided that limitation while also recognizing that given the capital investment that Tesla will be making in order to install the infrastructure to provide them with a term, a length of time that would allow some reliability for their the reliability of the amenity for their customers.
And are these spots all day parking or two to 3 hour parking?
They'll be subject to the same limitations of the garage as a whole, and I believe it is 3 hour maximum. Either Sunny or I see Philip Cammy's here. And again, potentially subject to change in the future, so it would float with regulations for the garage as a whole.
Okay, I mean, again, I remember that garage. I think are portions of it available for all day permits, and then most of it's 3 hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this would not be permitted spaces. These would be general public spaces.
Okay. So again, I think it makes sense for short-term parking, you know, and again, there's public benefit to our residents, I think, to come down and be able to charge while they're running errands. You know, I do think we should avoid all-day parking spots. You know, those are, you know, $800 a spot permits. And again, I'm talking more about kind of policies going forward rather than this agreement. But you know, there are parts of the country where people purposely park in electric spots to kind of protest electric cars. And so I understand kind of this garage, maybe the way it was financed, a little bit different. I do think we should find ways to encourage these spots to be used by electric cars. And I think that's the intent here. Obviously, if the company's going to invest in a charging network and gas powered cars park there all the time, they're not going to get an ROI, and it's not going to work for anybody. Again, I think the motion is good. I think the change to the motion is good. But I'd encourage us to think about how we price city property, and you know, particularly in a long-term agreement like this. You know, maybe having the rent go up by CPI or something in the future would make sense. So before I go back to Councilmember Stone, who has spoken already, would anybody else like to make a comment? Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few follow-up questions then, and kind of going off what you were asking on your questions. The hours do the 3 hour time limit ends at a particular time during the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so residents nearby with electric vehicles could park there overnight and as long as they're moved by the morning.
Yes, and in fact, that has been an area of ongoing requests from residents in areas around our chargers.
I would imagine if it was limited to me being able to just park while running errands or something, that would be a deterrent. But if it's available for overnight, then I think we are kind of getting that. We're moving in the right direction as far as really encouraging renters to then adopt electric vehicles. And then my last two questions. So when the agreement with Tesla ends, is it Tesla's responsibility to remove the charging station, to pay for the removal of the charging stations? Does that fall on the city? That wasn't very clear to me within the agreement.
Mr. Tom?
Yeah, it's Tesla's responsibility.
Remove and restore, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So remove and restore. So and restore the 21 parking spots that existed previously.
Yes,
Right.
it's basically Tesla's responsibility to restore to the premise as we've provided it to them.
Okay.
So restriping it, removing the units. Obviously, the one upgrade that will stay in place is that transformer upgrade that staff is providing the funding for, or not staff, I should say, that the city is providing funding for, as we would then, frankly, have the capacity to implement other chargers if we so chose as an organization.
Great. And if this contract does last the full length of its potential with the two options, these chargers could be placed for 17 years. I'd imagine during that time we're going to see several advances in charging technology. Is there anything in the agreement that covers Tesla's responsibility for replacing outdated stations, or are we just kind of more relying on kind of market forces that would drive them to do that? Is there anything in there regarding replacement and updates?
They're not required to upgrade to the latest technology. There's nothing in the agreement that requires them to do that. But if they want to upgrade their technology, which I think they would want to at some point during the 17 years, they're able to, at the city's, working with the city, and upon the city's approval, they're able to do that. They can upgrade the facility.
Okay, so that would just require city approval.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote. I would just, for Councilmember Stone, these are fast charging stations, and Tesla charges penalty fees once your car is charged. So you would not park here overnight. Actually, the opposite is likely to happen, that a non-electric car would park there overnight and then you won't be able to charge. But just so you know.
Good to know. Clearly, I don't own a Tesla, so didn't know that. That is good to know, though.
Yeah, I mean, they text you and you got to move your car when it charges, or they'll start billing you even more. All right, so let's go ahead and vote, starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
All right, that passed on a 7-0 vote. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:50. And we have 2 colleagues memos to get through. Thank you. Okay, council members, if you can hear me, turn your camera on. All right, I think we have a quorum. So these last two items are colleagues' memos. The first one is the colleagues' memo regarding the Roth building by council members Stu, Stone, and Vice Mayor Burt. Do one of those council members want to present this item?
Councilmember Stone, do you want to take a crack at it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Well, I do. I mean, I do think the the colleagues memo definitely speaks for itself as far as just the importance of this of the building, the amount of work that has gone into getting us to this point, not only by the Palo Alto History Museum and its volunteers, also countless community members over the year, but also as well as various times in which council has either attempted to work with the museum in the past or has provided misdirection that has really inhibited the museum's ability to be able to fundraise and to be able to get this project moving. I mean, we all know that the Roth building is a city property and a historic one at that we want to make sure that we're able to not only rehabilitate and preserve for generations to come, but also just what a unique opportunity and location for the Palo Alto Museum to be able to be placed here. I've spoken at length in the past on the value that I think history plays within a community, especially its own, especially our own history. And yeah, I think it's a shame that we have often talked about the importance of history here on council or within our community, and yet when it actually comes down to actually kind of taking the actions that's actually going to embrace celebrating that history and displaying it for people to be able to learn, we kind of back off. I think we're seeing that with the cannery building that we discussed last week, as well as what has happened here with the Roth building and the Palo Alto Museum over the last decade or so. So I think it's time that we finally honor that commitment, that we truly started that the commitment and agreement that we began with the museum back in the 2000s, and finally see this thing through the finish line. I think we have a unique opportunity here. Staff has identified the funding in order to be able to get this done. So I'm hopeful and optimistic that we're going to be able to greenlight this project finally tonight. So that's I'll stop there and leave time for Councilmember Koo and Vice Mayor Burke to be able to speak to it as well.
Yeah, and if it's okay, I mean, I guess I should have been clear. I guess all three of you could speak, but I was hoping one of you could summarize it. We'll go to the public and then we'll come back to council. So, Vice Mayor Burt, would you like to speak now, or?
Yeah, just to supplement the comments by Councilmember Stone. We actually have already taken care of the element of this proposal through the budget item that we just finalized minutes ago. And so while this colleague's memo had been put forth several months ago, it's sequentially immediately following an action that resolved or finalized the council action on a big part of it. The other part is the lease. My understanding is that what has changed is that the museum had a lease option previously and had it extended, but the city manager, the city attorney has in recent years updated and improved our template and terms for leases of city facilities. And as a result, It's not as simple as renewing the former lease option. There needs to be an update to it and some negotiation of elements of the terms, even if the basic part remains the same. And at a certain point in time, I think it'd be helpful for the city attorney to just provide some color to that issue. And but because the museum is looking to proceed as rapidly as possible on beginning the rehabilitation of the outer building. It would be our hope that we can get this lease option done as expeditiously as possible. And the last thing I'll just add is that this isn't merely going to be a museum facility for the city, and similar to what we've done with other partners in various other facilities, community partners, nonprofits that have enriched our community. But it's also going to have extensive, essentially community center space, from bathrooms to community rooms to bathrooms and coffee little shop serving the park as well as the museum, indoor community meeting rooms, and archiving of the library's city history archives that are currently in the Rinconada Library. So I think it has a whole range of functions and benefits to the community, and I look forward to, after a long wait, proceeding with this.
Okay, let's pause there and go to the public, and then we'll come back for council discussion.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this colleague's memo, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. We have one speaker, Rich Green. Rich, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Du Bois and council members, I'm Rich Green, president of the Palo Alto Museum. The museum board thanks you for your support to complete funding for the Roth building rehabilitation, leveraging the investment the museum has made in plans and permits, as well as the millions of dollars we have generated for the rehabilitation. We also thank Vice Mayor Burt and council members Koo and Stone for penning the colleagues' memo on your agenda tonight. The Roth building project presents an exceptional do it right now opportunity to save an important physical asset in the city's infrastructure portfolio that will otherwise continue to deteriorate rapidly and irretrievably. Recognizing there is an urgency presented in preserving the Roth building, we'd like to take this opportunity to highlight some advances and updates. The museum's contractor has already reached out to its subcontractors. As Tim Stitt of Vance Run Construction has stated previously, the sooner the museum can start work, the more likely it can take advantage of favorable market conditions. What we can say with certainty is that any delay will have unpredictable results on costs. The museum's attorneys at Wilson Sonsini have been in touch with City Attorney Molly Stump, offering their availability to work directly with her and or her staff to facilitate a timely execution of the lease agreement. We'd also like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Wilson Sonsini for their pro bono assistance. Time is of the essence. The clock will start running on the museum's building permit as soon as the COVID shelter-in-place order is lifted and essential county and foundation grants may expire. We ask that the city proceed forthwith on a lease agreement with the museum. The previous lease should be significantly accurate and appropriate, given that the original was drafted and vetted based on the museum response to a city RFP that has not been amended, and the museum has not deviated from its compliance with city stipulations in that RFP. We now look forward to our newly confirmed partnership with the city to bring a restored Roth building and museum to this community, along with the multiple and unique benefits it offers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mayor Du Bois, there's no other speakers.
Okay, let's come back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Cormack.
So I'm on packet page 378. What exactly are my colleagues suggesting is our action for tonight? Is it 1 and 3? in the recommendation? Or is it something different? Is it just do a lease? What is before us?
Yes, we, if I may,
Please.
Mayor, Councilmember Cormack. Yes, so the museum is looking to, they had satisfied all their conditions and have received all their permits. So, and that was what was the conditions in terms of going from a lease option to a lease. So in order to help them move forward and to fundraise also for potentially other needs, then a lease agreement would be the recommendation to move forward on. In addition, as Mr. Green had mentioned, their pro bono attorney from Wilson and Sonsini is already working with Ms. Stump, so that the lease agreement is drawn up and reviewed by council and worked with the museum as well, so that the language and all the terms are in partnership with each other.
Okay, the staff portion of this indicated that this might take 4 to 6 months. Would the city attorney care to comment on the timeline?
Sure. So that's very approximate, and it definitely depends on how things go. We would be hopeful that they would go more smoothly, and the museum is certainly indicating an urgency and an interest in streamlined discussion. So that's great. So the workflow is, we do, as the Vice Mayor indicated, we do have an updated and modernized set of lease terms. The original lease, which was the base document on which the museum had an option, is 15 years old. So it's not a modern and updated set of terms. And so we're working with new terms, and also some elements of the project have changed since that document was drafted. For example, the document reflected essentially no city contribution. We're in a very different situation now, where we have various funding sources that have requirements that come along with them. So we will need to document that in a consistent way in our lease agreement, so that our funding is properly spent on those items. So here's the workflow. The city staff, and it's not just my office, it's a multidisciplinary team that involves Public Works, ASD, and CSD will finalize our work on an initial draft, share it with the museum, and then they no doubt will have their review and comments. And we would hope for a streamlined set of discussions. We may at some point in all of that, or perhaps even more than once, need to confer with council on the essential terms of the arrangement. One point that I think will be really helpful for us to have clarity from council on tonight, the council is used to talking about a lease option because that was the original way this arrangement was set up. The parties weren't ready to enter into a contract to lease the building because there were many conditions to be satisfied. So my understanding of where council is now is really reflected by Councilmember Ku's comments, that council does appear to be ready to lease the building. And that is what needs to happen if shovels are going to go into the ground and work is going to begin on the site. The city needs to turn this control of the site over via a lease to the museum so that they can get started on that work. So just clarification that we really do have direction to go forward and prepare a lease. That will come back to council for your consideration and approval.
And does the lease contemplate that the museum would pay us for rent?
So that's an essential term. We don't have direction at this time to seek rent from the museum. That would be a question. The prior structure of the deal, as I understand it, and from reviewing the documents, and frankly, this was before my time, even though I've been here for a long time, is that there wasn't rent contemplated, but in fact that the rehabilitation of the structure itself was primarily going to be the responsibility, solely going to be the responsibility of the museum. And so all of those conditions have changed. So if you'd like to give us direction on that, that'd be great. We can also do that in a closed session. that element of it.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any hands, and I do have a number of other questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I see that the colleagues memo suggests that there are resources required for 2nd to 4th grade students. Should we be speaking with the school district about participating in this, either financially or as a partner? And I'm not really quite even sure who to direct that to, but is this something that the school district should be working with us on?
If I may.
Please.
I would think that this is something for the museum to be reaching out and determining what it is that they are going to be working with the different school age children, the youth groups. They might even reach out to schools in East Palo Alto and other areas, but including Palo Alto. But I would think that that is a museum function.
Okay, it just occurs to me that the school district, if this is like a space that would be, providing that information, that the school district, might be interested or potentially have some bond money. You never know, since we're trying to be creative here. I see a Parkside Cafe listed, and I don't recall seeing that on the first floor. Last time I had a tour, I think the cafe is contemplated on the top. What was the current status?
I think if you will allow Mr. Green to speak to that.
Sure, if the mayor is
Yes.
amenable.
Rich, you still there? I think he has his hand up.
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, the Parkside Cafe, which has a window facing the park on the back side of the building, is directly adjacent to the community room space, which is on the Bryant and Park corner. It's on the first floor. It doesn't exist yet. It's part of the rehabilitation plan, but it's on the first floor right next to the elevator and the stairwell.
Okay, thanks so much. That's helpful. So now the city is going to be paying for the restroom, right, through the fees, which was part of the RFP. And then I just wanted to clarify also, Councilmember Stone said that, we wanted to honor the agreement, and I just want to be clear that the agreement was that the city wouldn't spend more than $1 million. Is my understanding of that initial agreement correct?
It's not clear who you're asking questions to.
Staff. I'm asking staff now, sorry.
Kylie, can you?
I'm not sure who on staff
Yeah.
is able to respond to that question.
I would need to go look at the specific agreement, but from staff's research of past staff reports, since to Attorney Stump's point, this predates pretty much all of us. The original RFP stated that it was a solicitation for use of and rehabilitation of the facility at no cost to the city.
No cost. Okay. All right. So I just think, saying that council has provided this direction, I think is a pretty strong statement. This has been tough, right? This has been really tough. And I think the city has been patient for a long time. And while I don't agree with the way that, the majority is going to fund this at this point now, we need to have a really, really clear lease that helps us understand what our financial responsibilities are going forward. Utilities, upkeep, maintenance, all that. I just want to be really sure we understand who's responsible for what going forward. I'm thrilled that this is going to happen. I disagree with how it's happening. It's fine, that's over. But now we have to be careful to, protect our responsibilities for the future.
Councilmember Fulsa.
Yeah, this is consistent with the budget we just adopted.
So I think it would be helpful if the makers had a motion. It's again, because we made progress on the funding, it's, I think some clarity on exactly what's being asked tonight would help a lot.
Do you want to go, Vice Mayor?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, so so I'd like to make a motion and to direct staff to prepare a lease agreement between the city and Palo Alto Museum, and then return to council after discussion with the museum to the lease language. Then release the amended lease agreement to the museum for timely review and finalization. And 4 is to commit to a partnership with the museum for the rehabilitation of the Roth building and for mutual long-term success of the project.
I will second that.
Okay, so seconded by Vice Mayor Burt. Do you want to speak more to your motion, Councilmember Koo?
I think Councilmember Stone had said most of it, as well as Vice Mayor Burt. You know, this is a building that has significant historical value, and it's a community asset. So we really should be cherishing it, especially that it will be contributing towards a home to our city archives, which is now languishing in some in a room somewhere in Cubbly, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But it would be good to be able to carefully collect, preserve, and use those local artifacts and documents to engage with our youth and our community itself. It will also provide a space, as Councilmember Cormack had mentioned, for school-age children, you know, to study the state and local history. That's actually a very important fact and important need, especially in the times that we're going through right now, where people need to be up to date of what the past will inform how we move forward. Of course, you know, with our parks open to everyone, it is necessary for this place to have a restroom, and it will be used by both park users as well as people who frequent the museum. The building itself will have a community room, which can be rented out or can be used for the community. So that's another community asset that this facility will provide. And there will be opportunities as a venue for public and private events. So I really think that it is something that is needed at this location, which building itself is a significant historical building.
So Councilmember Koo, I don't think this is your motion. I think we need to fix it to what you said.
I'm just saying the benefits of this property.
Right, but the motion on the board here is not the motion you made.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't reading the motion.
But you said issue a lease, not a lease option.
Not a lease option, right? Thank you for that.
And D is deleted.
B is deleted.
B, yeah, sorry. Okay. And Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to speak to your second?
Just briefly to add that something we've talked about previously is that this is a rehabilitation of the shell. The History Museum will have full responsibility for the interior build out and the investment to turn it into a museum and into the community spaces that we're going to benefit from. And that the lease is required for them to be able to start that construction. And last, as Councilmember Koo had talked about, we're going to really see this this facility not just look at the many kind of broader history elements and the technology history, but the social history of our community, and to learn from this. And I think that that's especially important, and it's something that can be used as a tool to educate us on our challenges, on social equity going forward, and I think it will really broaden the community as well. And then I will add that as we look at a future of our retail and visitors to our community, putting together the package of amenities that we really have and the special attractions that we have in our community is going to be important. And this will be an additional one on top of a number that we've frankly undermarketed historically.
Sorry, I see the city manager with his hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This, I appreciate the direction. It is helpful for giving us some clarity in anticipation of the negotiations that are to follow. Let me make a suggestion, and it may be too much detail to get into this evening, but just to perhaps follow on a couple of the comments that were just made. Item C could be seen as somewhat of a could be read in a multiple in many ways, and so perhaps to narrow that, have heard some suggestion that would be helpful if we could be as explicit in the terms in areas such as that the museum is responsible for all additional expenses beyond what is being provided through the budget actions. It could include a term of no operating subsidy, which again, may be too far to go tonight, but if this is what the council has in mind, would certainly simplify the negotiations to come. And then there's the issue of responsibility during construction. We are expected that this property will be turned over to the museum and under their control during the period of construction. And that would typically involve indemnification of the city for activities that are conducted during that period. So would like to just put that on the table if the council is able to go that far for the purpose of simplifying our next steps.
Sorry.
What would you suggest as language then?
Well, the risk of being blunt, that it would be that expenses beyond what is being provided by the city through this budget action would be the responsibility of the museum. That would be one significant business point, and I'll certainly open the door to the city attorney or Director Mosaic to correct if they see it otherwise. Another would be that on operations, will be the responsibility of the museum with no operating subsidy by the city.
If I may, that these may be more explicit elements to the motion. Through the chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Green whether the museum is comfortable with these additions at this time, or whether any of this is better left to the lease negotiation.
Rich, can you respond?
Yes, I appreciate this detail, and I'm a big fan of clarity and don't like to see ambiguity. These kinds of statements are usually worked out in the lease agreement. So I'm not sure if we're jumping the gun here and getting into the details of the lease agreement, which is a very detailed discussion that our attorneys are going to have with the city attorney's office. So if we get very specific here, we have to be careful that it doesn't limit the results of the lease negotiations. I will say that the museum is entirely prepared to pay for itself in terms of operations. That's been our plan. There will be no city staff involved in the operations of the museum. It will be self-funded by donations, grants, and so on. So that has been the assumption because that's what's been written into the former lease.
So I would say that I think that these two elements reflect the sense of where we think and hope the lease negotiations would go. But I think I'd be willing to allow the staff to proceed with the lease negotiations with museum, and then the council is going to have, as the city attorney described, one or more opportunities to provide feedback and final approval of any lease terms. But I don't think these are out of line with the general understandings. I just don't want to make that any more explicit than is necessary. I'd add that, like we have with other partners, of whether it's Avenidas or with the Lucy Stern Theater, that we have $1 a year kind of rent agreements too. And I don't think I want to put that explicitly in the guidance tonight, but that also would be something that I would assume would be the part of the framework that we'd get back in the lease. But I think leaving that to the part of the final negotiation is probably more appropriate. So
yeah, right. So I'll jump in here with a few comments. Thank you for getting this motion out. So again, I've been supportive of the museum, continue to be supportive. I think this discussion we just had about how detailed we get, again, I think it makes sense. I think there is a sense of urgency that we'd like to at least get in quickly. But I think we're going to leave it to the attorneys, hopefully, to get there. I think the other part of your motion, Lydia, that you had it coming back to council, and I think that's a given. I don't know that it needs to be in there, but I did hear you say that. Whatever's the quickest way, I think, to get a completed lease, if it's to try to negotiate all these terms and come with a completed lease to council. If there seems to be wide differences, maybe a term sheet or something would be faster, but we'll leave that up to Ms. Stump. And I would echo the comments. I think the intent would be for something similar to Avenidas or other city-owned properties that have been restored, with very low lease, but with the other party responsible for the operations. I'm also thinking about the Junior Museum, where we had a large grant for the construction from the Friends, but then they've also come back to us and asked for operational money and staffing, and the city's investment has continued to go up in that project. So I don't think we should have an absolute tonight, but I think, again, staff should be hearing, I think, where council is, that those things that the city manager suggested, I think, are broadly in the right area. Minimal operational support. We expect these funds to fund the construction and not require more. But again, I think we would expect the lease to also be minimal, like $1 a year kind of lease. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to support this motion, but I'm still struggling a little bit with the wording. Is it really that we want to issue a lease, or that we want to direct staff to negotiate a lease between the city and the Palo Alto History Museum for the use of the Roth building?
Yes, that's right. The lease must be approved by council, so we don't have the authority to issue a lease. We'll be back to you.
Okay, well,
So I like the language that you've suggested, the modification.
if the maker and seconder would be willing to include that and specify that it's for the Roth building, which currently is not in A.
Are those changes acceptable?
That's acceptable. So yes, that would be acceptable to me.
Okay, and then is that second whole clause necessary? The whole allow for donor and restricted funds, do we still need that? Because I think we're all past the warm shell part now, right?
Yes, we won't need that. Thank you for that. For the
Okay.
cleanup.
Actually,
then-
I'm sorry, Councilmember
Sure.
Cormack, just one thing to add. Prior to the budget action tonight, I would have agreed with that edit. But actually, with the budget action, there are restricted funds that are now tied to this project.
Sorry.
So I actually think that language is helpful with where we're at, because we will need to navigate under that new funding scenario.
Okay, our restricted funds, I was thinking on their side. Okay, that
Can we
makes sense.
just put can we just end the sentence that to be released for construction and delete the from there on of phase one. And the final sentence, yeah.
Kylie, would that be all right?
I think if you wished, you could even go so far as to say in restricted funds for the rehabilitation, and then continue and leave, I guess, if you want what phase one is. For the you don't even have to have that piece, I don't think.
Right. Stopping it after rehabilitation, I think does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then I'm not quite sure what B is because the negotiating will be happening. Do we still need B?
Sorry, I think we were talking about deleting what the clerk had highlighted there a second ago.
Yeah, sorry, thought that had happened.
I would just say that B is an encouragement to expedite this is what it really means.
Okay. I am nervous about C. I don't know what the mutual long-term success of the project is. And so I'll be happy to vote on A and B, but unless we can be more specific, as the city manager was suggesting earlier, I'm going to ask the mayor to split the motion because, we have seen a wide variety of setups with various nonprofits, and I'm just concerned about the ongoing operations cost. And let me see if there was anything else. Oh, I'm sorry. The only other thing is, did the makers want to specify a time frame for the lease? Is this a 20-year lease, a 50-year lease? What, or give staff any boundaries in terms of that?
Well, I know, for example, with Avenidas, when they did their new section, they got a 50-year lease. So
maybe long-term lease. I mean, just something that would help sort of orient it.
It would be, yeah, it's up to the negotiations, but it would, thank you for that, Councilmember.
Long-term sounds like a good addition.
Sounds good.
Okay, to negotiate a long-term lease. Okay.
I'm sure as long as it's a going concern, right? There would be language in there that if they ceased operations or whatever.
Even I don't want to get into the details of that. We will let the professional experts work on that. Okay. I will be happy to support A and B, but without more details, C makes me nervous. Thank you.
Councilmember Filsa.
I concur exactly with Councilmember Cormack on A and B versus C.
Okay, I think we should vote on this and move to the next item. I will split C from A and B. I don't see any other hands, so let's go ahead and vote. So I think we're starting with me on just voting on A and B right now. I will vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so that was a 6-1. Now we're voting on part C, starting with Councilmember Filsa.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
And I will vote yes. And so that passes on a 4-3 vote. Okay, so we'll move on to our last item of the night, which is another colleague's memo on affordable housing commercial impact fees from Councilmember Filsa and Koo. Would one of you like to speak on this item?
Sure. I haven't talked enough tonight. When I started on council, we had $40 million in the Affordable Housing Fund, and we basically spent it. on the Buena Vista Rescue on Wilton Court and on the Grant Avenue Teacher Housing Project. And Wilton Court alone took a little over $20 million in city funds. So if we want more projects like it, we're going to have to replenish the fund. And I believe that most people in town want to see some more Wilton Courts here, as well as potentially other forms and levels of housing for people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to live here. So the demand for housing in this region, including below market housing, is driven by job growth. And that linkage is essentially what these nexus studies analyze. Historically, most cities have set their linkage fees at very nominal levels below their actual impact calculated in these studies. But I think that's really a legacy of older days when cities primarily focused on trying to attract employers to town and assumed that market mechanisms would just take care of whatever housing was needed. And I think it's pretty clear that model doesn't work anymore in the Valley, at least for affordable housing development, whose economics don't even work compared to market rate housing, let alone to office development. The broader picture here is that the Valley economy, driven primarily by the tech sector, but to some extent healthcare, generates enormous wealth. But we as a region don't reinvest enough of this wealth in the housing, transportation, and social services infrastructure that it takes to support that economy in the long term, sustainably. And this particular issue is actually representative of that. Every one of these linkage studies done by local cities in the last few years puts the office generated demand for affordable housing subsidies at between $100 and $200 per square foot of office space, which is far more than any of us reinvest in such housing. But if we're serious about affordable housing as a permanent structural part of our society, then we're going to need policies that rework that. I also don't think we can count on much help from Sacramento, who I think really is still working in that older days world. So we probably need to direct our own destiny on this. But I do think the momentum here in the Valley is turning. And the county took a big step forward in negotiating with Stanford and this notion of what they called full mitigation, basically targeting sustainability and development. The county nexus study of 2018 calculated the affordable housing subsidy need at $143.10 per square foot of Stanford research expansion, which the county mapped to a linkage fee of $68.50 per square foot. So very comfortable headroom between the fee level and the full impact. Defer to staff on this, I think, but my recollection is that the most recent nexus study done in Palo Alto actually calculated our own office impact for affordable housing at over $200 a square foot. So I think we ought to follow the county and set the level at $68.50, because the dynamics between Palo Alto and Stanford are surely similar. And even at that level, each new square foot of office space will still create more affordable housing demand than it funds, but it'll be a lot closer than today. And if we multiply several 100,000 square feet of office space still left under our office caps by the difference, we're looking at a gain in the tens of millions of dollars for affordable housing over the next 10 years. Much of which may be leverageable with federal credits. So one other note is that these studies generally come up with two numbers. One is what it would actually cost to meet the affordable housing demand actually created by a new given office project, which they call the maximum, because you can't charge more than the actual impact. The other number is what they call the feasible level, which is a lower level than the maximum, but one at which the linkage fee starts to impact significantly the development of the office project. At this point in time, in Palo Alto, I'd argue that there's no downside to going above the feasible level, because either we get more affordable housing funding, or else we narrow the gap between the economics of office development and the economics of housing development. And that gap is one of the main reasons we don't get that much housing developed in Palo Alto, because it's just so much more, the economics are just so much better for affordable or for office space. So both of those outcomes are beneficial to the community. So I think we ought to follow the county and adjust the rate to $68.50. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if there are any members of the public that want to speak to this item.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. At this time, we have one speaker, Jeremy Ehrman. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I really appreciate the council's desire to have more affordable housing and to find ways to make it happen. But I feel that in a sense, whenever this conversation comes up in this area, I feel that the conversation is just based on sort of misconceptions, because first of all, the term affordable housing, the term makes no sense. It implies that all other housing is unaffordable. What sane, rational, caring person would build unaffordable housing, deliberately build unaffordable housing? It's crazy. The basic problem is that there are too many landlords who are simply greedy. It's not an economic problem, it's a cultural problem, because there are so many high-paying jobs in a few sectors like high tech that landlords feel justified in charging everyone high prices as if everyone has a high-paying tech job, and it's just not the case. Most people get priced out. So I don't see, it's great to talk about subsidies, and I applaud the council for going after that. But the real problem is simply greed. Market rate is not some magical thing that just, appears by laws of nature. It's set by human decisions that people make. And landlords make decisions to rent or sell houses at extremely high prices for their own personal profit, and the disadvantage of anyone that doesn't have that kind of money. So that really is what the issue is. We don't have this in other sectors. You go into a grocery store and all loaves of bread are not $10. You can find loaves of bread in anything from $1 to $6, depending on what you want. But we don't do that for housing. Housing is basically one size fits all, and the few landlords that try to make it reasonable are few and far between. So that really is the issue. And unless that issue is addressed, the situation is not going to get any better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Mayor Du Bois, we have no further speakers.
Okay, let's come back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Do you note that staff has said they are working on the Nexus study? I don't know if staff would like to comment on.
Yes, I think
it's underway.
Might be helpful to give have Mr. Director Late give a status report on that work.
Great, thank you. Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We do have a signed contract, and we are I'm poised to send a notice to proceed to initiate that feasibility study to evaluate the feasible range or the top range, feasible range for the commercial impact fee that we could assign for affordable housing. The last one was done about 6 years ago, and it capped out at $60 a square foot. So the colleagues memo seeks to go to 68 and change. We've noted in the staff impact analysis that if the council does want to proceed with that this evening, that we would recommend that you keep that at 60. The timeline is about the same for the two actions. It probably won't be until mid September for us to even return for the $60 a square foot. And I expect the commercial impact fee analysis to be completed in late September. So getting that scheduled, we would go straight to the city council for that unless you directed us otherwise. And so we could imagine being before the city council in late September or early October, I would say, to present our findings.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and jump in first here. So is that proposed work just for commercial, or would it look at all types of zoning?
It's looking at commercial office, R&D, sort of traditional R&D space, tech office space, life science space, and medical office as well.
Okay, but we want to,
as well as hotels. I believe we're going to look at that too.
Okay, but not multifamily residential or single family residential.
No, this is no. I don't believe that. No,
So
that's not necessary.
Okay, so it's not a complete Nexus report. It's Seems
It's
more
actually
narrow.
not a nexus report at all. We're going to rely on the 2016 nexus report that was done, and this is going to be a feasibility study.
So what does that mean when you say you rely on the past nexus report?
Well, the nexus report is a much more comprehensive and expensive process to determine the maximum fee that could be assessed. And because we don't think that the feasible fee will exceed the maximum fee that was identified in the 2016 nexus study, that we don't believe that there's a need for us to have to update that at this time. In other words, I think Councilmember Philsteth noted for office it was about $250 a square foot. The study that we are going to do, I wouldn't expect to come anywhere close to that. So we would fall below the nexus study threshold, and so we wouldn't need to update that.
But would you be looking at 2021 market rates, or are you going to use all the data from 2016?
No, we're going to use all the contemporary numbers that are available to us: construction costs, room rates for hotels, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, with some acknowledgement of COVID in the middle there.
Well, to the extent that there's something that we can acknowledge about it, right? We are in a little bit of an awkward time right now, but we can only, report the data that we do have. There was also, we have also increased some of our fees too, locally, so that will factor into the study as well.
Yeah. So, we did look at this report just a few years ago, 2016. Council had voted to raise these impact fees. The new council was seated. They immediately decided to revise that back down. And so this has been a divisive issue. I think we're trying to modernize these impact fees. And my recollection is we had this study, we had this very, very high maximum rate. And then to get to feasible, I think we look at other cities, and it's kind of a balancing act. And again, you end up comparing fees to some cities with very old fees that haven't updated their studies. I think what the county did, was interesting, and another data point that we definitely should factor in. I guess the question I'd have is if we made a change tonight, which was more broad, and then we still came back in September, and we did some of that kind of more precision that you're talking about with life sciences and particular types of commercial and R&D uses. Is that a waste of work? If we change it to 60 tonight and then we came back and refined it in September, it's just a couple of months. Is there any reason to do that?
Is that directed to me here?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in terms of process and work.
Yeah. So the council wouldn't be able to make the change tonight. It's not agendized for that action, and there is some work that my office and Ms. Stump's office would need to do, and so that's why we wouldn't be able to probably return until mid-September with that $60 amount. And at that point, where I would say within 4 weeks of returning to you with the full study, and we could even have that agendized for council action to because we presumably I don't want to presume what could happen because I've only heard from a couple of you. But if there's interest in adopting an increase in the fee, we can be prepared in that late September, early October timeframe for council to take action if that was so desired.
So wouldn't it be coming to us late September and then taking an additional 6 weeks or whatever to get voted on?
Well, yeah, again, I think it's about a 4-week difference in timing, roughly, to do the if you gave us direction tonight to come back with the $60 a square foot, we could do that. And then that would be, 4 weeks later, we would take that more precision effort. So I guess it's just a question of, do we think anything's going to be approved in that window that would really, we'd want them to be able to assign the fees. I don't know any projects that would qualify for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to just thank Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Philseth for this colleagues memo. I agree with what Councilmember Philseth said. We're not getting funding from the state to be able to build this type of housing. And I also remember to what Councilmember Philseth, what you were saying last week during the NVCAP discussion as well, how we are not going to get anywhere close to our RENA targets or the type of increase of affordable housing that all of us want in this city based on inclusionary zoning alone or relying on other sources. I think this is one of the ways. Of course, this still isn't going to get us there, but another tool that we need to add to our tool chest, and keeping the current fees at their really low level right now just does not make any sense. I have just a kind of question on what are the consequences if we adopt the recommended $68.50 square foot fee above the prior Nexus study of only $60?
Molly, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So, okay. So what we're talking about here is the feasible amount, not the Nexus amount. So that the Nexus study establishes a lot of room to add to the fee, but we do have our own study that sets the upper range of feasible at $60. And we strongly recommend that council get a consultant updated feasibility study to look at an amount above that. Even though the county went to that, we don't have the evidentiary basis here in our city. And that's the work that Director Late is going to be doing in the next couple of months. Did that address your question?
Well, I mean, you're still saying like you recommend it, but I'm still trying to understand kind of the reasoning behind the recommendation. What's the concern of going over that amount?
Because what our data shows in the factors that were looked at for our city by our expert is that $60 is the upper end of feasible. And it would be very high risk to exceed that based on a belief that it likely is higher than that now because other jurisdictions have looked at it. Yes, that means we should look at it again and get that evidentiary basis so that we can go ahead and increase it. And the difference, there really isn't a reason for you to take that kind of risk because if 68 is your goal, we need to come back with an ordinance regardless. So that action can't be taken before council's break. It has to wait till after council's break. And at that point, you're really just a few weeks from having an updated expert study, which I think we do anticipate will provide additional room. And so we'll allow council to consider that higher level amount.
And I'm wondering, Councilmember Philseth and Koo, are you anticipating, let's say we do this study and it's above $68, that the hope would then be to match whatever our updated study is?
I wonder if the city attorney could give a little more color on the difference between feasible and Nexus.
Yes, I might have to rely a little bit on the planning director. So I think in the Nexus study, the experts are looking at what amount of affordable need is generated by the activity at issue. But then there's a secondary analysis of what is feasible to still allow the underlying development to occur. And that's a constitutional requirement that it be feasible. So we do have to do that second piece. And there's a very significant delta between the two numbers. The actual impact is very high, but the studies don't support that we could constitutionally charge that full impact because it makes the projects infeasible. Director Light, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I think that's about it. The Nexus study, is that provides that qualitative sort of relationship between the fee that you want to charge and the cost of the development that the impact that the development would have. And the feasibility study, as Molly noted, was for the type of construction that's taking place in our community based on the hard and soft costs with that, is it likely to, is it likely to get built? And I can't speak to the legal challenge that somebody may say if we have a fee that exceeds our feasibility study. But if our interest is to, discourage a certain type of development, I think there's other tools that are available to the council to adjust our zoning rather than use a fee that is not aligned with feasibility study.
You're saying the impact could be $500 a square foot, but that's not feasible for a developer to build their office building there at something like $500 a square foot. So the feasibility study would show, okay, it's $100 feasibly, they could still afford it. That's where that's kind of what sets the limit there.
Yeah, very rough numbers, of course. And, I think the other thing of that, you want to, presumably, you're charging a fee to collect money for the fund, right? So if the fee is so high, you're not going to get the development that the fee has been used to, applied to.
Of course, but if that were to happen, if the development proceeds with a fee that's lower than the actual impact, then essentially we are subsidizing the development because they're producing more demand for affordable housing than the fee supplies. And therefore, each project like this digs our affordable housing hole deeper. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So is what you're saying we are legally constrained to proceed with such a subsidy anyway?
If you don't want that type of development, you can adjust the zoning to not allow for that type of development in the city. It's confiscatory to charge a fee that's not feasible.
Suppose I am not particularly opposed to the development. I just want it to pay for its freight.
Well, we're legally constrained to charge a fee that is above the feasible level. So I can spell that out for you in more detail, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was good. Yeah, I think the message is we got to get it changed in Sacramento, I guess. So my original question to the authors of the memos is the hope then if we do get that study returned and it's over $68, it seems like that would be then the revised recommendation in the future.
I would support that.
I would support that. And the thing is also, what are the nearby cities also charging? So, we're not going to be way above, but we're going to be close enough. So it's not like we're overcharging. But yes.
Well, I think we'll be substantially above. I mean, the $68 from Stanford is substantially above. Most of the range of local cities is $20 to $30 per square foot. But the Nexus study showed the impact was, $250 is pretty high. I think the county study was 140 or something like that. Right? So,
yeah,
that's a heck of a subsidy.
Yeah.
At a time where our affordable housing fund is close to zero.
Yep, agreed. I know I'm out of time, so thank you to both of you, and I definitely will support that idea in the future of having this fee higher.
So if I understand what staff's suggesting is that we start with 60 and then revise it if the feasibility study shows headroom above that. Is that?
So that's permissible, but I think what we're suggesting is the planning director has said that within a few weeks after we would be able to have you take that action, you would be able to take another action. So maybe it just makes more sense to wait and do it once. But this has
just taken so long.
Yeah, so it's up to council. Right.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Felsen. Councilmember Stone, you're done. Yep. All right, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first take a crack at simplifying what the discussion was on the relationship between a fee structure that is confiscatory, excuse me, and one that is feasible. basically my understanding is that you can't set a zoning and then set a fee structure that makes the zoning completely infeasible. If you want to change the zoning, and I think we should have that discussion on some of our commercial zoning in the coming months. And then I just want to revisit how we got here. The mayor spoke to this briefly. In 2016, the council that Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, and I were on, along with others, strongly supported raising our impact fees to the higher level of what was feasible. And we asked staff to come back with those numbers. They did. That's how we got the $60. But we had a new council elected, and they opted to make the argument that I found specious at the time and find specious today, that said, oh, if we raise the impact fees on office development by $22 a square foot out of $1,000 or more a square foot that they get for the development, it would make all the office development so inhibited in its construction that we'd have a net loss in affordable housing fees. That was really nonsense at the time. It's nonsense today. And I hope that housing advocates and affordable housing advocates will recognize that that was a real misleading action, and it harmed our ability to provide affordable housing in the subsequent years. And we also subsequently found that the county had been using Palo Alto's impact fee rates on Stanford's development. So the loss in dollars that we had was not only the loss on what we didn't charge, it was what the county didn't charge Stanford. And the Stanford dollars are how we paid for things like Buena Vista. So we lost millions and millions of dollars toward affordable housing because of that terrible action that was taken in 2017 by that council majority. So I think this is way overdue. I wish we had gone forward a year ago with raising it to the $60 rate, which I now understand we could have done just by re-implementing or utilizing the older feasibility study. But now that the timing of the two, of using the old study for $60 versus getting the new study is weeks apart, I support waiting those just few extra weeks to get the updated feasibility study. But I want to thank the authors of the memo for bringing this forward. It's overdue. It's really important for us to significantly increase the rate of affordable housing construction over what we're able to do now, and replenish our affordable housing fund as a result. And thank you for doing this.
Councilmember Cormack.
So I've been on council for 2.5 years, and I've also been waiting for this. I don't think we need to relitigate things and say that they were divisive or terrible. I do think we just need to wait to get the updated data. This is the right idea at almost the right time. And I agree with the vice mayor that, waiting to do it correctly with data. I know many of us on council talk about wanting to have the right information before we make a decision. So, I've just been waiting for this. I look forward to it coming forward. And thanks to staff.
So I'd like to wait as well, and I think potentially getting the distinctions between types of commercial R&D, life science, medical will be useful as well. I too want to say thank you for the memo. I appreciate it. It has taken a long time to get here. And I just, if one of the makers of the writers of the memo want to make a motion, I would be supportive of, something that says that we're gonna get the study in September, or trying to basically set a schedule. I trust and believe staff that that's going to happen, but you did go through the effort to write this colleague's memo, and if you wanted to have some assurance on the schedule, I'd be supportive of that.
we were to do something like that, how would staff suggest we structure it?
I imagine you could say that you would like to see the report as as soon as it's done, and shooting for this September timeframe. I've held off on sending a notice to proceed just because I don't know where the council is going to go on this. So I'm ready to go and can send an email tomorrow, and I've got a schedule that can get this to council. So if you feel like you need to have a date on it, we're coming to you, as I said, in late September or early October. And
so I'll move to proceed with the feasibility study with a target of revisiting the linkage fee in September.
Second, mid-September.
Okay, so I want to have the report done, right? I mean, you want me to finish the job. So
well,
can we
a target can be missed,
okay,
right?
Fair enough.
But you missed it.
I mean, it's gonna take, here we are on June 21st, and I'm trying to get it to you before, the end of September, right? The report will be done toward the end of September. So the time when I get this agendized on the council, it probably leaks into October, the first couple meetings of October. So that's the timeline that I'm in.
Okay, I'll change it to target the beginning of October.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so do you want to speak to your motion any further?
Yeah, the wheels of this have taken substantially longer than I think many of us would have liked.
Councilmember Koo, any comment on your second?
No, well, we've subsidized so many we've subsidized a lot of these housing that is below market rate. And, this is the only way to do it. And we need to have realistic and actual figures in order to be able to succeed. So if we're going to wait for the trickle down method, that's never going to happen. So I do want to thank Council Member Philseff for asking for to co-author this. So thank you, Council Member Philseff.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a question for staff. So can staff tell me how much square footage of new office development, not renovation, but new office development where there's new entitlements, is there in the pipeline? I don't know if maybe Director Layton, you could talk a little bit about, the all depending office projects happening in our city.
Sure.
I'm talking about new square footage, not talking about like renovations, net new square footage.
Yep.
And maybe we could just talk about how that compares to like, maybe pre-pandemic and, before.
Okay. So net new office has gone down. If I were to look at, I'm looking at data from 2018, and citywide we had 102,000, roughly 100, let's call it 100,000 square feet of office. In 2019, we had roughly 32,500, and for 2020, 17,600 in all of our commercial areas.
This is net new square footage?
Yes.
Okay.
And then for pending in the pipeline, and I'm not counting the PHCs in this, but rather projects that have been filed. There's a 50,000 square foot office building at El Camino And that's it.
So
Well,
this is for 2021, right?
This is a pending application that we have on file today.
And this is for net new square footage?
Yes, as far as yeah, net new square footage as of right now in the pipeline. And so that includes another project that's a net of about 2,000, and then another project that's minus 1,700. So let's call it roughly 50,000 in the pipeline.
Okay. And do you see the pipeline growing or shrinking, or how does it look? I know I'm asking you to take out your crystal ball here, but do you see it? Do you see this like zooming upwards, or staying where it is, or tailing off?
There's not been a lot of office activity lately. And I don't, I'm not able to predict the future. We did recently increase some of our fees. It does seem to have a little bit of a cyclical sort of dynamic to it, but right now we're trending toward lower office development.
Okay. And why do you think there might be?
Well, I think there's, I don't want to, assume that I have all the information on that. I do think that the council has set forth some policies with the intended effect to slow down office development, and I think it's achieving its goal. We have the comp plan office reduction, of which we have about 500,000 square feet remaining on that through the end of the decade. And we have the annual office cap. And so I think those policies are effective in that regard.
And so if those impact fees were raised to $68, how much office space do you think would be built? What would your guess be?
I don't know. And I'd want to, understand more information that the feasibility study will provide, including, the hard and soft costs that would impact development.
Okay. Because I think there's something called price elasticity, right? If you raise the price too much, you get very little. So I just wonder how much affordable housing dollars will this actually bring in?
Right.
But
yeah,
I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna. That's that's part of it, right? If we raise the fee too high, there's a sweet spot probably there where we are still, not necessarily discouraging office development and receiving the appropriate funds to support the housing needs. But if it is too high, then you've achieved one goal, I guess, by the less office production, but then we're collecting this money again to support the affordable housing.
And I seem to recall that there's quite a few vacancies in offices around here. So I also wonder how much that factors in terms of people wanting to build. But I don't know if you know much. Do you have any numbers on the office leasing vacancies right now?
I think, well, I just know from prior council meetings, we've had some of our staff report out on some of the data. We've shared some CoStar data from different commercial areas in the city. That usually lags a little bit behind. Property owners don't often, particularly in the pandemic, not everybody was needing to, they were being held on and not officially ending their lease. And so some of that information wasn't reported, but I don't have any other data that hasn't already been presented to the council.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just concerned about, I mean, how much does this study cost us to do?
The study is about 40,000. We got a contingency in there as well, so it taps out at about 45,000.
Okay, so that 45,000 actually paid for a couple of block grants, almost, perhaps.
I don't know if maybe in terms of dollar amounts, I don't know if I would look to Kylie to maybe help me out as far as the funding.
That's fine. I'm just trying to draw a comparison, but thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief on this follow-up. Just a little bit of these numbers crunching. So at the old increase to $60 a square foot, a mere 50,000 square foot increase would be $1.1 million toward affordable housing versus 40,000 for the study. In the year that we had 100,000 square feet in 2018, that would have been 2.2 million. But if we end up going to the $68+, then it's even higher numbers. So comparing the cost of the study to the affordable housing numbers is orders of magnitude different and really inconsequential when we look at it. If we really care about trying to increase the affordable housing, we'll do this. If you don't care about affordable housing, you'll vote against it.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. I think we're starting with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
How do you vote? Yes. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. And Councilmember Filson?
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote. We are now at Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack?
Just wanted to say on behalf of the Coverly Ad Hoc, we are meeting monthly with our counterparts at the school district and that senior staff has joined us.
Okay. And any other comments? Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question that I have for the city manager, meant to ask at the end of the city manager report, but Mr. City Manager, you mentioned that we were confident or optimistic that the state would be extending the deadline for the eviction moratorium. Can you talk about why you're confident or optimistic about it, and when will we know? And I guess what if any actions council could take before June 30th if the state doesn't actually end up extending that moratorium?
Well, the latter is I think somewhat problematic. As far as how we know what we know, it's our ears in Sacramento that have given us the indication that those negotiations are ongoing and are likely to have that result. And we'll provide additional information as we have it. As to timing, I believe it could reach its conclusion within the next few days.
And then then I guess as far as timing for what council can do at that point if they choose not to. It's a bad question because it's a bad answer.
Unfortunately, not good options for us at this point.
Okay, thank you. Then just I guess whatever we can do to continue to put pressure and encourage Sacramento to extend that eviction moratorium.
Mayor Burt?
Yes, just a few updates. At our last VTA board meeting, we were provided an update that the VTA hopes to begin reinitiating light rail service within the next 3 weeks or so. I don't expect the whole light rail system will recommence at once. There's still great struggles on being able to have staffing and bring back the rail yard and a lot of related factors, but that's where things look at the moment. Out of the last City School Liaison Committee, we've opted that we're going to have over the summer, an ad hoc committee member of one council member and one school board member to attempt to do some next work on this document that looks at the structural collaborations that the city and the school district have around serving our youth and families. And then lastly, I don't normally report out on BCDC actions because they are generally pretty pro forma, but we had one that is probably a more substantive action just recently, where in Richmond, there is an area just north of the Richmond San Rafael Bridge that has been designated for a future Baylands Regional Park. It's now has a local park function. There's been a very large project development that's been going through Richmond Council considerations for some time and litigation over it. And so the Bay Conservation and Development Commission doesn't have authority over the project itself, but over the lands that are within the Baylands, so the beach there, and it has advisory role over the larger project. And the commission stood up and basically went against the staff recommendation to go forward with a study of approval of the project, and determined that they want to have additional basis to even move forward with that first step, because as we see in many development projects, going forward with a series of partial support for a project often results in a irreversible set of steps. And so I thought it was a very consequential stand that the commission took on preserving parkland in the Bay and the criticality of that. So those are my updates.
Great. I have a couple of quick ones. So the Council Housing Ad Hoc met for the first time. One of the alternates for the Housing Element Working Group has not responded, and they were representing kind of the unhoused category expertise. And so the committee recommended replacing that person with somebody in the same category. So that will be coming to council. And other than that, we just got an update on the progress of the Housing Element Working Group. I've been continuing to enjoy World Music Month on University and Cal Ave. And I think next weekend's the last weekend. So I hope everybody can get out for that. I also hope people will come out and enjoy the July 4th activities that our city staff have planned in our parks. I wanted to congratulate Councilmember Koo, who's getting an award on Wednesday from the American Cancer Society for her leadership. So congrats, Lydia. And then lastly, we have our last council meeting before break tomorrow night, and our agenda is very full, and I expect we're going to go late. So I did want to take some time tonight to say thank you to my colleagues for a good half year. I think we've gotten a lot accomplished so far this year. We've gone through some tough issues like the budget tonight, but we're getting there, and I think we've done it respectfully and somewhat efficiently. We haven't had too many late night meetings. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank staff as well for supporting the volume of work. Kind of after going through COVID last year, I think we're ramping back up. So just wanted to say thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, did you have your hand up?
No, I was trying to applaud for Councilmember Koo, but there's no emoticon on this thing, so that's the best I could do.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And with that, meeting adjourned. We'll see you all tomorrow night.